2020. Memulai, kami akan membacakan sedikit mengenai tata tertib pada pagi hari ini. Yang pertama, untuk kenyamanan Anda mengikuti konferensi ini, maka Anda dimohon untuk melakukan pin video pada akun IAC 2020 Live. Jadi, nanti selama berlangsungnya acara, Bapak dan Ibu bisa pin supaya tetap fokus pada layar utama. Yang kemudian, seperti tadi telah disampaikan oleh Mas Sony dari sekretariat, bahwa silakan rename nama Anda, display name-nya, dengan nama dan asal institusi. Berikutnya, pastikan mikrofon dalam keadaan nonaktif, dan seluruh kendali akan dilakukan oleh host dan moderator. Jika ada pertanyaan, silakan melalui chat room, dan nanti juga kita akan share link untuk bertanya kepada narasumber. Baik. Sebelum kita memulai acara ini, mari kita berdoa bersama menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Berdoa dipersilakan. Berdoa selesai. Selanjutnya, para peserta dimohon untuk mengambil sikap sempurna. Kita akan bersama-sama mengumandangkan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Baik. Yang terhormat Bapak Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan Republik Indonesia. Yang terhormat Bapak Direktur Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Bapak Slamet Subiakto. Yang terhormat Bapak Profesor Rohmin Dahuri, Ketua Umum Masyarakat Aquacultur Indonesia. Yang terhormat Bapak Rahmat Mulyanda, Asisten Deputi Pengembangan Perikanan Budidaya, Kementerian Koordinator Kemaritiman dan Investasi, Bapak Desianto, Ketua Umum Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak, pimpinan dari IAC, United States Soybean Export Council, para pimpinan pabrik pakan aquaculture, para pengusaha pakan mandiri, para pembicara dan moderator, para pendukung dan sponsor acara, IAC, Adisio, Dayana Aqua, dan DSM, serta media partner, Info Aquaculture, Trobos Aqua, dan Minapoli, dan para peserta Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 yang kami banggakan. Izinkan kami melaporkan penyelenggaraan Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 yang sejatinya sudah direncanakan sejak akhir tahun lalu, yang awalnya kita jadwalkan dilaksanakan secara offline, mengingat kondisi adanya pandemi yang belum memungkinkan dilakukan secara offline, maka panitia memutuskan untuk menyelenggarakan secara virtual atau online pada hari ini. Alhamdulillah, pada hari ini kita akan laksanakan Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 yang merupakan forum pertama dalam sejarah di Indonesia yang mempertemukan stakeholder di bidang pakan aquaculture dengan tema Quality, Efficiency, and Credibility. Kami atas nama panitia penyelenggara mengucapkan terima kasih atas antusiasme para peserta. Sampai tadi pagi, jam 4 pagi, terdaftar 417 peserta yang terdiri dari 52 orang member dari Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak atau pabrik pakan, 166 orang atau 40% berasal dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan, termasuk dengan unit pelaksana teknis dan juga gerakan pakan mandiri, dan 181 orang adalah pelaku usaha, akademisi, yang juga merupakan anggota dari masyarakat aquaculture Indonesia. Pada Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 ini, total ada 15 narasumber, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, yang sudah memiliki pengalaman dan kompetensi di bidang pakan aquaculture, baik itu dari peneliti, perguruan tinggi, pelaku usaha, supplier sarana, supplier dari feed additive dan bahan baku pakan, maupun organisasi profesional. Bapak dan Ibu, para peserta Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020, selanjutnya kita akan mendengar sambutan dari Ketua Umum Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia, selaku penyelenggara Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020, kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Rohmin Dahuri, kami persilahkan.
Terima kasih Mas Ruli, thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God please and blessing be upon all of us. Good morning. His Excellency Dr. Edi Prabowo, Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Slamet Sugiarto, Director General of Aquaculture of Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Mr. Rahmat Mulyanda, Assistant Deputy for Aquaculture Development of the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment, Mr. Lucas Manomaitis, Technical Director of IAC, United States Soybeans Export Council, Bapak Desianto Utomo, General Chairman of Association of Indonesian Animal Feed Companies. Distinguished speakers, we have here Professor Dominic Bureau from Guelph University, Canada, Professor Alan Davies from Auburn University of USA, Dr. Roy van Datselaar from IAC, Dr. Agus Supriyadi from IPB University, Dr. Ilham from Fisheries Polytechnic under Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia, and last but not least, Dr. Romi Nofriadi from the Director General of Aquaculture, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic of Indonesia. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great pleasure to give a welcoming speech at Indonesia Aquafeed Conference 2020 On behalf of Indonesia Aquaculture Society, allow me to extend my tremendous appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Edi Prabowo, Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Republic of Indonesia, who is willing to deliver a keynote speech at this highly important conference. I would like also to thank GPMT for joining this conference and all sponsors, including Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, IAC, Adisio, DSM, Diana Aqua, Minapoli, Trobos Aqua, and Info Aquaculture, who have made this conference happening successfully. Excellency, Dr. Edi Prabowo, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. For decades, aquaculture has been the fastest growing sector of the world food economy, increasing by more than 10% annually since 1970s. Currently, aquaculture produces 62% of the global fish production we consume, and it is largely responsible for doubling the per capita fish consumption of fish products since 1960s. According to the latest FAO data, world aquaculture production achieved another all-time record high of 114.5 million tons in live weight in 2018, with total farm gate sale value of about $262.6 billion US. The global aquaculture production consisted of 82.1 million tons of aquatic animals, including finfish, crustacean, and mollusks, with sale value of about $250 billion US, 32.4 tons of aquatic animals, aquatic algae, mostly seaweed, with sale value of about $13.3 billion US, and last but not least is about 26,000 tons of ornamental seashells and pearls with sale value of about $179,000 US. Aquaculture also provides huge employment opportunities, create large multiplier effect, and generate significant economic growth, especially in coastal and rural areas. In line with the ever-increasing world population number, the demand for aquaculture production or product will also be increasing, and consequently, the role of aquaculture in the future will be more strategic. Excellency Minister, ladies and gentlemen, as the largest archipelagic country in the world with about 99,000 kilometers of coastline, 75% of the total area in the form of marine waters, and about 28% of its land area in the form of freshwater ecosystems such as lakes, rivers, and reservoirs. Indonesia has the largest aquaculture production potential of about 100 million metric tons per year. In 2019, the total production of Indonesia aquaculture was about 16.8 million metric tons, which is only 17% of its total production potential, of which 11 million tons was in the form of seaweed and 5.8 million tons in the form of finfish, crustacean, and mollusks. Since 2009, Indonesia has been the world's second largest producer of world aquaculture commodities after China. Recognizing such huge potential, in the second term of President Jokowi's administration, which is from 2020 to 2024, the government of Indonesia has put aquaculture as one of the top priority of the country's economic development. The government of Indonesia has made a commitment to major expansion of its aquaculture industry, a large proportion of which will be based on feed species, including shrimps and tropical finfish like sea bass, groupers, snapper, silver pompano, cobia, and so on. Because more than 60% of the production cost of aquaculture coming from feed, and then the role of feed industry will be very, very important, especially when we are facing both the scarcity or declining production trend of fish meal as the source of protein. So I think the creativity and innovation of all aquaculture experts, scientists, practitioners, and even government are needed. So to me, this conference is very important, not only for Indonesia, but also for the global society as well. So as President of Indonesia Aquaculture Society, I hope this conference will provide you with some lesson learned, state-of-the-art technology in producing quality feed for aquaculture, and also with a relatively cheaper price. So again, I would like to congratulate all the distinguished speakers and participants. And again, I would like to thank Minister Edi Prabowo, who has been willing to support us on sustainable basis. I hope this conference will produce significant and far-reaching positive aspect for Indonesia aquaculture as well as aquaculture. Once again, thank you so much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Romin Dauri, as a President of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, that already delivered his welcome remarks as an organizer of this event. And next, selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan bersama sambutan dari Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan Republik Indonesia yang akan disampaikan oleh Direktur Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Bapak Slamet Subiakto.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Sebelumnya saya perlu menyampaikan bahwa kemarin sore Bapak Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan sedianya akan memberikan sambutan, tetapi oleh karena ada jadwal ratas pagi hari ini di jam yang sama, sehingga beliau mewakilkan kepada saya untuk membacakan sambutan beliau. Untuk itu kami akan membacakan sambutan Bapak Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang kami hormati Bapak Romin Dauri, Ketua Umum Masyarakat Aquakultur Indonesia, Bapak Rahmat Mulyanda, Asisten Deputi Pengembangan Perikanan Budidaya, Kemenko Marinvest, Bapak Desianto B. Utomo, Ketua Umum Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak atau GPMT, Bapak Haris Muhtadi, Ketua GPMT, Bapak Lukas Manomatis, Direktur Teknis United States Soybean Export Council, Bapak Ibu para narasumber Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020, para peserta khususnya Bapak-bapak sekalian dari GPMT dan juga Pakan Mandiri, para peserta webinar, praktisi, pengusaha pakan, akademisi, dan stakeholder semua yang saya cintai. Puji dan syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, pada kesempatan ini kita dapat bertemu secara virtual pada Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020 dengan tema Quality, Efficiency, and Credibility. Pada kesempatan kali ini, saya sangat mengapresiasi kepada masyarakat aquakultur Indonesia atau MAI yang telah bekerja sama dengan Gabungan Pengusaha Makanan Ternak atau GPMT dan didukung oleh United States Soybean Export Council yang telah berinisiasi untuk menyelenggarakan webinar ini, dan juga apresiasi kepada para narasumber dan seluruh peserta yang telah bergabung pada acara ini untuk bersama-sama kita memikirkan dan serta memberikan masukan atau gagasannya dalam mencari solusi dalam penyediaan pakan yang berkualitas dan kompetitif dalam mendukung kemajuan industri aquaculture di Indonesia. Bapak Ibu peserta webinar yang saya hormati, sesuai dengan arahan Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia bahwa perikanan budidaya harus dioptimalkan dan diperkuat. Maka KKP saat ini telah menyusun strategi membangun perikanan budidaya dan telah memulai program-program terobosan di bidang perikanan budidaya. Yang utamanya adalah untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat, penyerapan lapangan pekerjaan, dan peningkatan devisa negara. Saat ini KKP sedang mengembangkan model klaster budidaya udang tambak udang fanamai yang dahulu dari 1 ton hanya menghasilkan di bawah 1 ton, dari 1 hektar hanya menghasilkan di bawah 1 ton per tahun, saat ini sudah bisa berproduksi 40 ton per tahun, bahkan 1 kali panen. KKP menargetkan luasan budidaya tambak udang 100.000 hektar sampai dengan tahun 2024. Baik intensifikasi maupun ekstensifikasi dengan produktivitas 40 ton per tahun. Maka nilai ekonominya bisa mencapai 20 miliar US dollar dengan asumsi harga $5 per kilogram. Selain itu, KKP juga mengembangkan model Millennial Shrimp Farming atau MSF dengan teknologi kolam bundar berbasis industri 4.0. Dengan skala ekonomi, 1 unit kolam bundar bisa mendapatkan pendapatan Rp5 juta per bulan per pembudidaya. Generasi milenia 20 orang per lokasi akan di-training selama 3 siklus untuk disebar menjadi entrepreneur di berbagai daerah. Di bawah koordinasi Menteri Koordinator Bidang Kemaritiman dan Investasi bersama Kantor Staf Presiden, usaha budidaya tambak sudah dilakukan penyederhanaan izin, yakni dari 21 izin menjadi 1 izin terkoordinasi melalui BKPM. Saya juga sangat mengapresiasi para produsen pakan yang saat pada awal-awal pandemi COVID-19 sepakat menunda kenaikan harga pakan, sehingga tidak menimbulkan kepanikan para pembudidaya yang tengah mengalami kesulitan. Bapak Ibu peserta webinar yang saya hormati, subsektor perikanan budidaya menjadi bagian penting dalam perekonomian nasional Indonesia ini. Potensi besar sumber daya perikanan budidaya dengan total luas lahan indikatif mencapai 17,2 juta hektar diperkirakan memiliki nilai ekonomi langsung sebesar 200 miliar US dollar per tahun. Potensi ekonomi perikanan budidaya yang cukup besar tersebut apabila dikelola dengan baik akan mendukung pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional. Untuk mendukung peningkatan produksi perikanan budidaya, salah satu sektor pendukung yang penting adalah pakan. Akan tetapi kebutuhan biaya pakan dalam proses produksi perikanan budidaya sangatlah tinggi. Hampir 60% biaya untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pakan. Oleh sebab itu, tantangan perikanan budidaya ke depan adalah bagaimana memenuhi kebutuhan pakan ikan yang efisien dan berkualitas, seiring dengan perkembangan budidaya yang kian dinamis dari tahun ke tahun. Target produksi perikanan budidaya pada tahun 2024 mencapai 22,65 juta ton, di mana 35%-nya merupakan ikan dan 6,7%-nya adalah udang. Dengan demikian, sekitar 41,7% target produksi perikanan budidaya ini memerlukan pakan untuk pencapaiannya. Total kebutuhan pakan dari target tersebut mencapai 12 sampai 13 juta ton. Tentunya hal ini perlu didukung ketersediaan pakan baik dari pabrikan maupun pakan mandiri. Bapak Ibu peserta webinar yang saya hormati, arah kebijakan pengelolaan pakan ikan nasional dalam rencana strategis KKP tahun 2020 sampai dengan tahun 2024 adalah menuju ke arah pengelolaan yang mandiri, berdaya saing, dan berkelanjutan. Mandiri artinya secara bertahap kita harus mulai mengurangi ketergantungan terhadap bahan baku pakan impor. Salah satu program yang dilakukan adalah melalui program Gerakan Pakan Ikan Mandiri atau GERPARI, yang mendorong penggunaan bahan baku pakan alternatif pengganti tepung ikan impor dengan bahan baku lokal dengan kualitas yang bersaing, seperti maggot dan juga bahan baku pakan lainnya yang dapat dikembangkan secara kontinu dan jumlah yang mencukupi. Di samping itu, pakan buatan, pemerintah juga berkepentingan menyediakan alternatif pakan alami yang dapat dikembangkan dan dibudidayakan secara mandiri, seperti cacing sutra, moina, atau dapnia. Bahkan Indonesia juga memiliki potensi wilayah untuk pengembangan budidaya artemia. Di wilayah Indonesia Timur yang dibudidayakan bersama-sama dengan garam. Pengelolaan pakan juga harus berdaya saing, artinya kita harus bisa kompetitif, terutama untuk harga pakan yang masih mahal di tingkat pembudidaya. Yang dalam pengelolaannya, pemerintah tentu tidak akan bisa bekerja sendiri. Perlu komunikasi intensif dengan para pelaku usaha untuk bertukar informasi dan melakukan komunikasi agar dihasilkan pakan ikan yang efisien dan berkualitas. Semua hal tersebut saya harapkan merupakan tanggung jawab bersama semua stakeholder perikanan budidaya, tentunya dengan tugas masing-masing sesuai dengan porsinya. Pemerintah mendukung dengan kebijakan pengembangan pakan ikan. Swasta mendukung pengembangan pakan alternatif yang efisien tapi tetap berkualitas, dan bersama-sama kita dukung pembudidaya yang secara mandiri sudah memproduksi pakan dengan memanfaatkan sumber bahan baku lokal di wilayahnya. Bapak Ibu peserta webinar yang saya hormati, untuk melindungi pembudidaya dan pabrikan atau produsen pakan agar usaha dari masing-masing pelaku usaha tersebut dapat berkelanjutan, baik secara lingkungan maupun secara ekonomi, maka pemerintah konsisten untuk melakukan standarisasi kualitas pakan melalui proses pendaftaran pakan yang beredar, baik yang diproduksi maupun yang diimpor. Sampai dengan September 2020, jumlah pakan ikan yang telah terdaftar di Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan sebanyak 1.506 merek. Pakan ikan udang yang telah terdaftar tersebut terdiri dari pakan yang diproduksi produsen pakan industri atau importir sebanyak 1.472 merek, produsen pakan ikan mandiri 19 merek, dan produsen di UPT Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya 15 merek pakan. Saya juga mengajak kepada semua produsen pakan, ikan, dan udang untuk mendaftarkan pakannya sesuai dengan aturan yang berlaku. Karena hal ini selain meningkatkan daya saing produk perikanan budidaya kita, juga memberikan kepastian kualitas pakan kepada para pembudidaya. Bapak, Ibu, peserta webinar yang saya hormati, sebagaimana saya telah sampaikan bahwa kebutuhan pakan ikan dalam 5 tahun ke depan akan semakin meningkat seiring dengan peningkatan produksi ikan dari perikanan budidaya. Saat ini dari data yang ada, jumlah produsen pakan, pabrikan ikan atau udang di Indonesia sebanyak 41 unit. Dengan kapasitas produksi tercatat sebesar 3,2 juta ton per tahun dan berlokasi di Jawa dan Sumatera. Sedangkan jumlah mesin pakan yang telah diserahkan kepada kelompok pakan mandiri atau Pokanri selama kurun waktu 2015 sampai dengan 2019 sebanyak 468 unit yang tersebar di sentra-sentra budidaya air tawar di Indonesia. Tentunya dengan kebutuhan pakan yang semakin meningkat dari tahun ke tahun, diperlukan penambahan kapasitas produksi dan sebaran distribusi yang semakin merata ke wilayah Indonesia agar ketersediaan pakan ikan udang ini dapat terpenuhi. Oleh sebab itu, saya sangat mengharapkan agar kita semua yang bergerak di bidang pemenuhan kebutuhan pakan ikan atau udang ini dapat bekerja sama dan berkoordinasi serta berkomunikasi. Pemerintah sangat terbuka untuk berdiskusi dan kami mohon bila ada kritik atau masukan yang konstruktif dapat disampaikan untuk kemajuan perikanan budidaya Indonesia. Demikian beberapa hal yang dapat saya sampaikan pada kesempatan webinar kali ini. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih atas dukungan berbagai pihak yang sangat besar untuk kemajuan perikanan budidaya. Saya berharap kegiatan ini memberikan inspirasi bagi masyarakat untuk tetap optimis dalam menghadapi kondisi saat ini, memanfaatkannya sebagai peluang, dan bahkan mampu bersaing di pasar global dan menjadi nomor 1 di dunia. Sebagai penutup, saya akan bacakan pantun untuk seluruh peserta. Petang hari pergi menjala, jala diserak, dapatlah tawes. Mari kita galakan perikanan budidaya untuk meraih bisnis yang lebih sukses. Kepekan membeli ikan mas, dimasak santan dicampur rebung. Mari ciptakan pakan yang berkualitas agar bisnis perikanan menjadi untung. Terima kasih, salam sehat untuk kita semuanya. Merdeka! Demikian kami telah membacakan arahan Bapak Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan. Dengan demikian kami ucapkan banyak terima kasih. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Direktur Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Bapak Slamet Subiakto. Kami berharap Bapak bisa tetap bertahan, Pak. Setelah Bapak, ini akan kami persilahkan dari Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak, yang sebenarnya merupakan adalah host dari kegiatan ini. Kami akan persilahkan Bapak Haris Muhtadi. Nanti kita bersama-sama dengan Pak Slamet Subiakto, setelah Pak Haris Muhtadi, kita akan buka kegiatan ini. Baik, Pak Haris Muhtadi, apakah sudah standby?
Siap, Pak. Siap, Pak.
Siap. Silakan Pak Haris.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Yang terhormat Profesor Dr. Rohmin Dahuri, Ketua Umum Masyarakat Aquaculture Indonesia, Bapak Dr. Slamet Subiakto, Dirjen Budidaya yang mewakili Pak Menteri, Dr. Desianto B. Utomo, Ketua Umum GPMT, perwakilan dari IAC, kemudian Bapak Rahmat Mulyanda, Asisten Deputi Pengembangan Budidaya dari Kemenko Marinvest, juga perwakilan dari IAC dan seluruh sponsor, speaker, dan hadirin sekalian. Terima kasih atas kesempatan dan juga waktu yang Bapak luangkan untuk join pada conference ini, Indonesian Aquafeed Conference, konferensi level nasional yang bermutu internasional, yang merupakan kegiatan pertama yang diselenggarakan oleh MAI dan GPMT, disupport oleh IAC dan para sponsor. Tanggal 23-24 September kemarin, saya menjadi pembicara sebuah konferensi Global Shrimp Market yang diselenggarakan oleh Society of Aquaculture Professional India. Ada hal menarik bahwa mereka mengantisipasi COVID ini dengan menyodorkan data penurunan yang sangat drastis pada produksi udang nasional mereka masing-masing dari Ekuador, India, China, dan juga Vietnam dan Thailand. Yang menarik bahwa angka-angka tersebut sangat tinggi penurunannya, antara 15-20%, sementara menurut outlook dan proyeksi kami di Indonesia sangat kecil tingkat penurunannya, penurunan produksi yang disebabkan oleh pandemi COVID. Ini membuktikan bahwa kita dalam hal menghadapi masalah-masalah seperti ini jauh lebih tangguh, lebih antisipatif, dan juga policy yang kita tempuh untuk tidak terlalu mengetatkan diri dalam menghadapi pandemi ini ternyata tidak efeknya adalah tidak terganggunya proses produksi udang dan ikan, dan efek lanjutannya adalah tidak terjadi penurunan yang signifikan terhadap produksi nasional kita. Konferensi ini sebagian juga untuk menegaskan pada kita semua dan juga pada dunia bahwa kita tetap concern pada quality, dan tentu saja dengan efisiensi adalah satu-satunya cara bagi kita untuk tetap bersaing di market internasional maupun market domestik, dan itu semua diperlukan kredibilitas kita atau credibility untuk memproduksi pakan yang berkualitas, dan utamanya adalah efisien karena daya beli dan sebagainya. Konferensi ini saya yakin bermutu internasional dengan pembicara-pembicara internasional baik dari segi aspek nutrisi maupun proses produksi pakan, dan itu sangat penting untuk mengantisipasi persaingan masa depan yang makin ketat, baik persaingan antar kita di Indonesia maupun persaingan dengan produsen-produsen internasional. Ini kesempatan baik sekali bagi kita untuk mengkaji dan menggali ilmu dari pakar internasional maupun nasional kelas 1, agar kita mendapatkan update yang paling akhir tentang aspek sains maupun aspek produksi dari pakan aquafeed. Kami dari GPMT sangat mendukung kegiatan ini. Kami berterima kasih pada KKP yang sangat responsif terhadap aspirasi para pembudidaya dan pabrikan pakan, terbukti dengan penyederhanaan perizinan yang sangat-sangat drastis yang dilakukan oleh Bapak Menteri. Juga berterima kasih pada khusus pada Pak Slamet Subiakto atas dukungannya kepada sektor budidaya yang luar biasa. Dan efek dari dukungan tersebut dengan jalan ke lapangan terus-menerus, tidak peduli ada pandemi, kita semua tahu efeknya terhadap beliau, baik kepada Pak Menteri maupun Pak Slamet. Di media kita tahu betapa beliau sangat concern terhadap lapangan, sehingga nyaris terjadi apa-apa terhadap beliau-beliau tersebut. Dan alhamdulillah oleh doa kita bersama, beliau juga diberi kesembuhan dan juga sehat kembali sedia kala dan mengabdikan, mendharma baktikan ilmu dan juga pengetahuannya kepada kita semua. Terima kasih kepada seluruh sponsor, terutama kepada USEC dan Adesio DSM yang telah mensupport ini, dan juga terima kasih kepada panitia atas dukungan semua pihak. Kami juga mengaturkan beribu-ribu terima kasih. Selamat berdiskusi, selamat menggali ilmu, selamat berinteraksi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Pak Haris Mustadi selaku Ketua Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak. Untuk itu kami akan persilakan kembali Bapak Direktur Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya untuk secara resmi membuka Indonesian Aquafeed Forum 2020. Kepada Bapak Dirjen kami persilahkan.
Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Indonesian Aquaculture Conference 2020 yang diselenggarakan pada hari ini, tanggal 13 Oktober 2020, dengan ini dinyatakan dibuka.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Profesor Romin Dahuri, kepada Bapak Dirjen, Bapak Slamet Subiakto, kepada Bapak Haris Mustadi. Izinkan kami untuk berfoto bersama dengan para partisipan. Untuk para partisipan yang ingin berfoto bersama, kami persilakan untuk mengaktifkan videonya. Silakan, mohon panitia dibantu untuk kita ambil screen capture. Bapak dan Ibu silakan untuk diaktifkan. Oke, 3, 2, 1. Baik, terima kasih. Sekali lagi terima kasih kepada Pak Romin Dahuri, Pak Dirjen, Pak Haris Mustadi yang telah hadir pada pembukaan Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020. Baik, selanjutnya kita akan menyaksikan video dari IAC, dalam hal ini Mr. Lukas Manomaitis, yang sudah merekam videonya berlokasi di Bangkok, di salah satu fasilitas teknologi yang dikembangkan oleh IAC, yaitu Inpon Raceway System yang baru saja panen. Mari kita saksikan bersama. Suaranya udah di-share belum?
Udah. Unmute. Sorry.
Kan bisa unmute sendiri. Dan suaranya suaranya nggak keluar. Kamu tadi share komputer kamu nggak? Coba kamu sini. Selamat isi bumper dulu, Mas. Isi bumper sekarang, Mas.
If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat,
Hello, my name is Lucas Vanamidis. I am the Aquaculture Program Technical Contractor for the U.S. Soybean Export Council, or USEC, and also the Southeast Asia Technical Director for USEC. And I'd like to thank my colleague Pamudi for organizing Indonesian Aquafeeds Conference. And I wanted to give a little bit of a presentation about what USEC is and what we do. Now, normally you'd be seeing a PowerPoint presentation about this, and I thought maybe because of what's been happening with COVID-19 and the lockdown, you might appreciate having something from outside, in particular from a farm. So I'm actually sitting out here on a farm right now in Thailand, near Phetchaburi, and this is an IPRS farm, or in-pond raceway system. And this is one of the technologies that USEC actually extends out to industry. But let me tell you a bit more about USEC itself. So those of you who are not aware what USEC is an organization that markets US soy. Now we have different programs to do this marketing, including trade and market access for the product itself, but also we have technical programs like human nutrition, terrestrial animal nutrition, and aquaculture nutrition. And obviously I'm working on the aquaculture nutrition side of this. I can't sell you any soy, I can't buy anything from you, but our interest is really in showing the value of soy in general to the aquaculture industry, and then US soy in particular, and why US soy makes more sense than other soy from other origins. So what is this aquaculture program that USEC has been doing? For the past 35 years, we've had an aquaculture program in USEC. Before you may have heard of us, we might have been called under ASA or ASAIM. It's all the same organization. The main thing we're trying to do is see a larger feed-based industry, and we want to see a long-term industry that's profitable and sustainable. So long-term is very important to that. And the ways that we do this is we work on a multi-level approach. We look at the overall aquaculture industry on a production chain basis. So we're talking about from broodstock all the way to the final consumer and all the steps in between. So what are some of those steps? Obviously, broodstock goes to hatchery, goes to nursery, then goes to the grow-out system. So we want to see a good quality hatchery industry and nursery industry that's going to provide good PLs, good fingerlings to the production systems. That production system is where the main focus for us is in terms of where those feeds are going to. So we pay a lot of attention to feed mills and how those feed mills are formulating feeds, how they're using different ingredients, and how they're being proactive with their customers to encourage better practices and better feed use. And also, of course, we want to see them working towards better feeds in general, specific to the species and the life stage that those feeds are going to. So we also look at further down the production chain. We look at things such as the processing industry, the marketing aspect in general about aquaculture, and also even sometimes to the final consumer, and that linkage between taste and what a processing industry wants, what the markets are looking for, and how to develop markets. Now there are some wider issues that we also are looking at as well. We're looking at health management. Health management is of critical importance. Okay, we have a problem now in the world with COVID-19. It's a health management issue. We have had many problems in the aquaculture industry with various diseases, with AHPNS, with white spot, with fish diseases and streptococcus and things like this. So we need to have a good focus on health management, not disease management. We want to have a system where we're actually trying to prevent problems with health. Then we're also looking at working with governments. So we want to see that governments are being proactive in supporting commercial industry. That's not to say that we don't believe that there's a space for subsistence farmers or small-scale farmers. Those are an important aspect of aquaculture, and the technologies that we promote work just as equally as well for those small-scale farmers. We do believe that feed-based farming is the best approach, but we have technologies that apply equally to large farms as well as those small farms. But our real focus, of course, is on those medium to large-scale farmers. And what we want to do is we want to encourage new technology approaches, better feed approaches. So what are these other technology approaches I'm talking about? One of the important ones, of course, is I'm standing on right here. In-pond raceway systems, where we can have up to 3 times the yield from the same volume of water. So in this system, each one of these raceways has a production zone of 220 cubic meters of water. So every 10,000 cubic meters of water can have one raceway. And in that raceway, you can produce up to 33 metric tons of fish. So you can imagine, if you think about that in terms of a traditional pond, that same volume of water probably only produce around 10 tons. So we're producing about 3 times the amount from the same water volume. But it's not just this kind of scale that we're looking at also. We're looking at things such as offshore net cages or net pens as production systems for marine fish. Now, Indonesia does have a fairly good fisheries approach, and probably the fisheries in Indonesia are the healthiest of all of Southeast Asia. However, what we see happening in the wider region of Southeast Asia is that many fisheries are in decline or at capacity. So what we would like to see is that, like the rest of the world, that the Southeast Asia industry move towards these industrial scale production using offshore cages, offshore net pens to produce marine fish. And so we have a large program working towards that. I mentioned that we work a lot with feed mills. So we have a very focused program on working with feed mills to show them how to do better formulation, how to do better outreach with their farmers. So for example, we would like to see better data collection and data analysis. And we'd like to see that sharing of that data between the feed mills and the farmers so that there is something that happens together in terms of what they're learning, so that the feed mills can see how the feeds are performing in the field and understand what factors are going into that performance, and the farmers have more confidence about the feeds that are coming from the feed mills. And so we have a data management and analysis program as well. We do a lot of trainings, we do a lot of workshops. This Indonesia Aquafeeds Conference is a good example of that. Pamudi came to us and said, we need to do this for the Indonesian aquaculture industry. I agree. We need to reach out to farmers here. And in fact, I mentioned that our program started in Singapore. Probably many of you know, and he may even be in the audience, Dr. Dean Nakayama was the person that started the USEC aquaculture program before it moved to China. And so Indonesia is a very important market for us. We see a lot of potential here for improvements of the freshwater aquaculture industry. We see a lot of improvement possible for the shrimp industry, and we see a lot of potential expansion of the offshore net pen or cage industry. And this is the kind of things that we're working on here in Indonesia. And as I mentioned, regionally, we have a global program as well. We have programs that are in the Americas and Latin America in particular, in Middle East and North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia or the Asia subcontinent, China and Northeast Asia. And Southeast Asia in particular is a big focus for us because there's so much potential here, not just for expansion of the aquaculture industry, but intensification of the aquaculture industry. So as you're doing this Aquafeeds conference, I hope that you're thinking critically about the kinds of things that you can do to encourage a larger feed-based industry, a feed-based industry that's more efficient, one that's more profitable, and one that's more sustainable. And I want to end on that sustainability aspect. U.S. soy has a very strong linkage to sustainability. The U.S. soybean industry has had, and the soybean farmers in general, have been working with sustainability their whole lives because most farmers in the United States are family farmers. They are working on the idea of having a long-term relationship with the land that they're on, and their families have been on there for generations. And so they work with the government and with their farms under the SSAP program, or the Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol. This is something that allows you, as a feed mill, to obtain a sustainability certificate that can be used during the aquaculture certification program for aquafeeds. And so this is something that we think is very important for the future of the planet, and of course the importance for the future of our industry. So again, thank you very much for allowing me to give this presentation. Hopefully you're appreciating that I'm being out here. I'm sorry I'm not giving you any slides, but hopefully you're getting the idea here. Pak Pamudi, thank you very much for organizing this conference, and thank you very much to all the participants and speakers that have taken part in this. Looking forward to good reports from this program. Thank you.
Baik, baru saja kita saksikan bersama sambutan dari perwakilan dari USEC, United States Soybean Export Council, di salah satu fasilitas yang mereka kembangkan di Thailand, itu adalah in-pond raceway system. Nanti kita minta Pak Pamudi bikin webinar khusus tentang in-pond raceway system itu seperti apa kalau teman-teman ingin mengetahui lebih lanjut. Baik, untuk selanjutnya, kita akan masuk kepada sesi konferensi yang pertama. Sesi ini akan dimoderatori adalah salah satu doktor muda. Beliau berasal dari Departemen Aquaculture dari IPB University, Dr. Ihsan Fauzi. Selamat pagi menjelang siang, Mas Ihsan.
Selamat pagi, Bang Ruli. Suara saya terdengar?
Siap, terdengar jelas.
Oke.
Baik, Mas Ihsan, silakan dilanjutkan untuk konferensi sesi pertama. Kedua pembicara sudah standby. Waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of Indonesian Aquafit Conference 2020. My name is Ihsan Fauzi, and I will be your moderator for this first sessions. So in this session, we'll have two speakers. Each speaker will speak for about 30 minutes, and after that, we'll have a Q&A session for about 45 minutes. I would like to first introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. Desianto Utomo. Dr. Desianto Utomo is a head of Indonesian Feed Miller Association and also Vice President of Feed Technologies, Vice President Feed Technologies of PT Carun Pokpan Indonesia. Dr. Desianto Utomo is graduated from Airlangga University in Veterinary Medicine program, and he got his master's degree and PhD degree from the University of Edinburgh. His past work experience including research assistant at the Roslin Institute, and then researcher at Institute of Animal Physiology and Genetics, and then also lecturer at University of Airlangga and research and development manager at PT Carun Pokpan Indonesia. So now I will turn over to the speaker for his presentation. To Dr. Desianto. Dr. Desianto?
Yeah, I'm here, Dr. Ihsan.
Oh, okay. You may start your presentation now.
Can I have my presentation, please?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
His Excellency Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, in this regard represented by the DG of the Animal Culture, Pak Dirjen Slamet Subiakto, and also Professor Rohmin Daudi as the head or chairman of the Indonesia Aquaculture Society, and other speakers that joining this session. First of all, I would like to congratulate this committee has already been run well about the Indonesian Aquafit Conference in 2020. My presentation for the next about 25 minutes, I would like to share about the overview in the feed industry in Indonesia. Next, please. I have an agenda for this morning presentation. First of all, about the Indonesian Feed Mill Association or GPNT, Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak Indonesia. And then second topic will be feed update in 2020. And the third about the challenges, we will be discussing shortly about the disease as well as the finding the new raw material for aquafeed. And the last thing, I would like to summarize my speech at the end. Can I have the next slide, please?
So wait a moment, please.
I think we have technical problems, so maybe we need to wait for a while.
Yeah, next. Yes, I would like to start with the first presentation regarding our association, Indonesian Feed Millers Association, or Gabungan Perusahaan Makanan Ternak. This association is a non-profit association for livestock, mostly represented by poultry and aquaculture feed mill in Indonesia. Our association founded on 30 October 1976, and now we have 44 companies under our membership, and our tagline is how do we feed the nation. Next, please. as we are aware that feed manufacturer in Indonesia converting from the commodity, which is some commodity are imported for as the raw materials, and involving the technology in the feed industry. In the feed industry, all the raw material being manufactured and the feed manufacturing process in the feed mills, and we will produce feed as well as for food, aquaculture, as well as for the livestock, mostly chicken feed. The production is really determined by the consumption or demand of the feed, and also the purchasing power of our society, as well as for the macroeconomic growth. These are the three determining factors. How much feed we are able to produce really depend on the demand from the purchasing power and also macroeconomic growth. The feed mill capacity in 2020, this is including aquaculture. Aquaculture is about 10 to 12% of the total feed produced in Indonesia. Meanwhile, the capacity of the feed, we are able to produce about 27.5 million ton per annum. Although last year we were only producing about 20.5 million ton per annum in 2019. Can I have previous slide, please? Yeah. Previous slide, please. Previous slide sebelumnya, Mas. Sebelumnya. Yes. In the total of 27 million ton capacity, it means that if we are only producing about 21 million ton last year, it means that we do have about 25 to 30% idle capacity to anticipate the jump of the demand in the coming future. But instead of having jumping need or demand in the future, very unfortunately, the epidemic of COVID-19 has already been severely hit our production. In the beginning, we were hit about reducing 30 to 35% of the total production in the month of March and April. But nowadays, we are becoming better, but still not come back to the normal position. And our factories mostly located in the East Java and West Java. In total Java Island, the factory, about 2/3 or 65% of the total factory or feed mill are located in the Java Island. Whereas the consumption also 65%, almost 65% feed manufactured are consumed in the Java Island. Next, please. Regarding feed update 2020, I would like to start with the global fish consumption, whereas the contribution of the capture and aquaculture. The capture in the beginning of 1956 still dominated by the capture of the fish instead of the aquaculture feed. But in the last few years, the aquaculture feed demand is really jumping a lot, which is over than 1.6 million ton in the 2018. So there is a shifting between people consuming the fish from the capture, not this people consuming fish from the aquaculture, because of the aquaculture is really high. Comparing to the aquaculture feed consumption 2016 until 2019, last year, the contribution of fish feed for aquaculture even bigger. Over than 80% of the feed manufactured for aquaculture are for fish. In the meantime, only 20%, about 20% of shrimp feed. But very unfortunate, starting March this year, the industry has already been severely hit by the COVID-19, but we are estimating by the end of this year, both for aquaculture as well as the livestock feed will be probably about 10 to 13% of the shortage or minus growth compared with previous 2019. So this year, we will be also having shortage or managed growth for livestock food for aquaculture feed as well as for the livestock feed consumption. We are anticipating or predicting regard the conflict of COVID-19 will be reducing our production by the end of this year, but 13% compared to last year. So we are expecting will be less about 10 to 13% feed produced in this country by the end of this year compared to last year. Regarding raw material or feed ingredient, we are still importing green sources from starting 2016 up to 2020 up to the source of the first semester. The black column is representing last year, and this year we are still importing up to June almost 2.5 million ton imported as SPM from other country. Comparing with this raw material or from the green sources, we are still using about 20 to 30% of soybean meal as the source of protein from the feed ingredient from green resources. Next, please. If we are talking about another imported feed ingredient, mostly for the animal byproduct, from 2016 to 2019 last year, we keep increasing the importation of the feed ingredient by animal byproduct, but the total is about 1.3 million ton per annum in total, and mostly we are importing dominated by meat ball meal as the source of the animal byproduct protein. So from the side of the protein sources, we are still rely on the meat bone meal as well as for the fish meal, etc. So the importation, can I have the previous slide, please? The importation of the meat bone meal keep increasing from 2016 up to 2018. Next. What is the challenges we are facing off for the in the coming future? First of all, two things I would like to underline about the challenge in the aquafeed as the aquafeed challenge, including the new raw material and challenge of the disease. The new raw material, there are things that we can still improve from the effort to find new material locally available as well as the imported one. We are still trying to use more for the local ingredient, including palm kernel meal, etc., in the aqua feed. So we are still doing some trial research with the academician or also research institute in this country regarding the use of the locally available raw material as well as the alternative of the feed additive. This is aside from the materials. In the process of feed manufacturing, we are trying to cut off or to reduce the cost of the electricity and gas for running the feed manufacturing process in the feed mill. We also applying advanced technology like the advanced NIR near infrared technology. In the past, we are rejecting the feed as if aspect of the standard, but nowadays we are not only rejecting after finished product, but applying the technology during the feed manufacturing in the feed mill by using online or real-time NIR to estimate when they are flowing from the bin. By shooting with the infrared, we are able to justify whether this is in or out spec of the feed we are producing. If we are finding the outspec during the process, we don't have to wait until the finished product rejected, but in the middle of the process, we can shifting the raw material which is our out of spec to another line. So we are saving time and also improving the tonnage per hour of the capacity feed milling in the feed mill. So output also we are trying to standardize using the SNI, Standard National Indonesia, to have the output, and the outputs due to the improving of the food technology, especially for the usage of enzyme as the raw material. Now we are able to use or utilize even more digestible raw material, as well as for the availability of the phosphor in the raw material by using enzyme technology. That's why we are also expecting to have the renewal of the standard of the feed following the technology development. What's the right material we are expecting? First of all, there are three factors that we should consider. First of all, about the right price. No matter how good the raw material being as a result of the research, but if the price is not available, if the price is too high, so it's becoming unfeasible to be utilized as the raw material in the feed. So first of all, but the commodity price has to be available if we are using locally available raw material. And secondly, but the continuous supply. So in running the feed manufacturing, we are not supposed to oftenly change the formula. Once we are having different formula, we have to flush the whole line from the beginning and the end with corn or with rice bran. While we are flushing, we are reducing the tonnage per hour or the efficiency of the feed manufacturing process in the middle of the process. And second, the last thing about the stable quality. The new locally raw material has to be providing stable quality of the from time to time instead to changes to have a change of the quality. It means we have to readjust in the formulation. It means changing again the formulation due to the quality unstable. So we do have to remember three things: competitive price, continuous supply, and also as well as for the stable quality. These three things that we have to consider if we are trying to find out the new locally available material for aquaculture feed. Next. The second challenge is regarding the disease. The disease is really a combination of the three things: for the host itself, for the pathogenic microbes or bacterial, and also the environment. If the environment is disease, well, the three factors are combining together: the environment allowing to the disease occur and the pathogen available there, and also the host is not good enough in terms of the immune status, so it will occur the disease. But even the pathogen there, but if the hosts are not under suppressing of the immune system as well as the environment also not conducive for the growth of the pathogenic microbial, so the disease, even the pathogen is there, the disease will not happen. So the challenge of the disease regarding this issue, we have to improve the immune status and also controlling the environment of the when we are doing the aquaculture business. And then what we need the continuous evaluation on the standard aquaculture, as I mentioned, that due to the improvement and development of the technology, the standard has to be flexible and has to follow the development of the technology, including the hatchery in the feed manufacturing, also as a farming model. And last but not least, we do need also what we call emergency button. It means like if we are suddenly facing a problem with the disease, we do have like a button we can push to the to require this emergency situation, and which supported by the government as well as the academician to prevent or to cure the disease has been already happening. So instead of executing the plan A, we do have also ready with the plan B as the emergency button. This is what the message we would like to deliver to anybody involved in this aquaculture business, has to be having the plan B instead of the running the plan A. And last but not least, I would like to summarize. Next, please. Summarize my presentation as I mentioned the 5 bulleted summary like this. As I mentioned that the aqua feed production consisting about 10% of the total feed manufactured in the world in this country in Indonesia, and whereas among the total feed for the aqua feed, 20% for shrimp and the rest are 80% for the fish feed. Shrimp as the icon of the symbol of national strategic planning, and we are expecting to grow 250% goods export targeted in 2024. Fish and shrimp as alternative of the affordable animal protein for providing the animal protein for the society of the nation, besides of the contributing also for not substitute, in addition beside poultry and livestock as the animal protein sources. The need to be focusing on the research and of the alternative raw material or feed additives to be scaling up, not having the research under experimental condition, but has to be scaled up under the industrial scale, which one we are expecting that the research can be implemented on the industrial scale, which we are expecting to be more efficient and improve reducing the cost of the animal production and as well as the animal feed manufacturing process. Lastly, it is necessary to evaluate the standard and continuous enforcement for the continuity of the sustainable aquaculture. That's all, Mas Dr. Ihsan, that I can share with you. Thank you very much. Last, as I mentioned, Charles Darwin always keeps telling us that it's not the strongest of the species that survive, not the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change, the one most responsive to adapt and to adopt the technology. This is the message that I would like to underline from the Charles Darwin. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Desianto. That's a very excellent presentation on outlook of Indonesian aqua feed condition. And then, yeah, Charles Darwin said it's not survival of the most strongest, but survival of the fittest. So the one who fit, not the strongest. Okay. Before we enter the second presentation, I would like to remind that if you have questions, you can ask through the online link that we have shared in the chat. Maybe the organizer will share the link through the chat. And then now I would like to introduce for the second presenter, Dr. Dominic Burrow. Dr. Dominic Burrow, a brief introduction about Dr. Dominic Burrow. Dr. Dominic Burrow has a passion for the life science and agriculture and dreams of becoming scientist from a very young age. His first hands-on exposure to aquaculture was over 30 years ago during extended sojourns on the northeastern Thailand. He obtained a bachelor degree in bioagronomy in 1991 and a master's degree in animal science in 1992 from Laval University, Canada, and he then obtained a PhD in nutritional science from the University of Guelph, Canada. in 1997. He joined the faculty of Department Animal Bioscience in 2000 and holds the rank of professor since 2009. Dr. Burrow managed fish nutrition research laboratory at the University of Guelph, where he leads dynamic research program focusing on nutrients, metabolism and utilization, feed formulation, feedstuff evaluation, management of environmental impact of fish culture operation, integration and valorization of published scientific information, and development of mathematical methods of digestion, growth, and nutrient utilization of aquaculture species. He was a member of U.S. NRC Committee on Nutrient Requirement of Fish and Shrimp from 2009 until 2011, and now he leads the International Aquaculture Feed Formulation Database, EAFFD project. Dr. Burrow is also a co-founder of Vitaya Aqua International, a thriving young company developing a suitable cutting-edge online tools for aquaculture operation, feed manufacturers, and ingredient suppliers. Dr. Burrow and his team at the University of Guelph and Vitaya Aqua are working very closely with numerous feed manufacturers, feed ingredient supplier, aquaculture producer, research groups, and organizations from around the world. So I will let Dr. Burrow to take over for the presentation. Hello, Dr. Dominic Burrow.
Right. Good morning.
Good morning.
For the introductions. Selamat pagi. Nice to talk to you, everybody in Indonesia. I'd like to share my screen. I just made a couple of changes to my presentation, if you don't mind.
Okay, so you want to share your own screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing my own screen, if you don't mind.
Okay, then.
All right, so I'd like to talk to you about rationally approaching challenges in aquaculture nutrition and feed production, mainly from a perspective from Southeast Asia or Indonesia especially, and present my perspective as an academic researcher, but also as somebody who spent a lot of time with feed manufacturer in the region and around the world. I know by working closely with aquaculture feed manufacturers that these manufacturers, you guys, have to produce feeds for a wide variety of species, different life stage, fish of different size at different life stage, for different with different nutritional specification for different market needs. Farmers wanting different types of feed grades, cheaper feed, more expensive feed, more efficient feeds, or etc. You need to control your production costs. You're all operating with, in general, very low profit margin. You have to minimize the risk for your corporation, for your employer, and also for the clients that you're serving. And you have clients that have different challenges, different disease, different technical resource, different knowledge base. So therefore, it's really quite challenging environment. You have to do this with a supply of variable, quite costly and imperfect feed ingredients. And you have limited resources in order to do that, and limited personnel and time, money, personnel, and time to do that. Now, it's the first reaction of many feed companies to say, well, we need to have some research facilities. We need to address a bunch of challenges, so we need to do research. And I say that's extremely valuable to have research facilities, but you also have to have the means and the ways to do it, to do proper work with these facilities. I believe that very often companies will set up research facilities, but don't have a proper R&D plan or proper R&D direction. You need adequate level of staffing that have appropriate level of training in order to do good and effective research and address the challenges. You need to use appropriate methodological approach, and you need to have the proper equipment and tools in order to do that. And also, we think about doing R&D always in R&D facilities, but there's lots of different ways of doing research and development. And even at the feed mill or in a small lab, you can actually do some very effective R&D. I recommend dividing your R&D priorities as function of your different kind of business or activity area. Have some priorities for your nutrition and formulation R&D, right? nutritional specification, what kind of protein, what kind of digestible lysine, digestible phosphorus level, what kind of ingredient restriction and guidelines we're gonna be using, what's the maximum, what's the minimum, and all this. What are some issues that we can arrive with some ingredients? What are some of the solutions that we can resort to if we have limitation in digestible nutrients or we have some issues? What kind of feed we need to develop? Can we develop different feed grade for different market? Is there a possibility of developing special feeds or functional feeds for different applications and capture part of the market? That's a whole series of R&D effort. You can also have R&D effort related to raw material quality, and that should integrate within your quality assurance and quality control activities, and that's R&D activities. So it could be a characterization of the composition of ingredients, the nutrients and anti-nutritional factors. And very importantly, the digestibility, and most importantly, the bioavailability of nutrients in the feed ingredients, their nutritive values, the limitation of these ingredients. And then you should focus on trying to adapt your quality assurance and quality control process in order to focus on characterizing your ingredients effectively, not just being a research effort, but integrating these processes within your day-to-day operation. And then you can start talking about using different solutions or upgrading ingredient quality or dealing with issues of feed safety and traceability. Then the other part that is often forgotten and plays a very important role is feed technology R&D. How does the grinding, the mixing, the conditioning, and all this, right, the extrusions affect the quality of the pellet, the nutritive value of the feed is something that we don't always examine very systematically. It's something that happens in the factory, and right, the R&D team doesn't always deal with that things because it's quite difficult to set up real experiments. What is the issue, right? The issues of feed formulation, the type of ingredient selection and level, and the pelletability or physical characteristics of the feed in terms of floatability, stability, amount of fines produced, etc. And then something that is quite important, how efficiently the process is in terms of energy, in terms of labors, in terms of labor wastage, right? Reprocessing and all this, which is actually greatly impact the bottom line. And then what other special process could be implemented and researched and, right, and examined, like liquid dosing of enzymes and different things like that. So actually R&D should not just simply be limited to an R&D facilities. It can be done from the computers, right, from the feed formulation, with the feed formulation team on their desk, or it could be in a quality and quality assurance quality control lab, or it could be even on the factory floor. What I recommend is to use what I call a research scale-up approach when doing research. You have to review the scientific and technical literature as the first step and gather as much data as you can and hopefully model these data and make use of it. Then I recommend going to lab work, chemical analyses, or doing some bench scale trials, incubating with enzymes or whatever you're interested in. Do it in the lab first. Then you can move into small scale aquatic lab facilities and small tanks or small cages they have you set up in a concrete pond, for example. Then you can move on to pilot scale research trial, a little bit bigger scale, then to farm scale research trial, and then go on a commercial wide basis, do kind of basically a series of farms using different feeds and then do data analyses on this. So go in the progressively greater scope of research, but at the same time, always keep your eyes on the prize. You have to generate the information and not lose that information. You have to properly gather this information and not just gather the data, but transform this information into knowledge and into technologies, into tools. It could be a simple spreadsheet that allows you to compute something, all this, but always keep your eyes on the prize and transform this research activity, right, the R&D activity, into something usable in the long term. Now, the approach I recommend for carrying effective R&D to address challenges in aquaculture, nutrition, and feed production is 4-step. First, you have to understand the animals, meaning defining optimal or adequate nutritional specification for your feeds that are going to be used to feed these animals. Then you have to effectively meet these specifications, meaning you have to develop ingredient mixtures, feed formulation, right, that meet these specifications, allows you to produce effective feeds. So that means characterizing the ingredients. Then you have to make this mixture of ingredients into a feed pellet, right? in a particle that is meeting the characteristics required by the farmers and by the animals going to be feeding on this. So understanding the feed manufacturing process is a very important step. And then if we're finding that these feeds are actually effective once they're produced and meeting the characteristics, right, it's important. And that means conducting field trial, pilot scale trial, field trial, and commercial performance survey. I'll quickly go through some of these topics, not in extreme details because there could be a full course on each one of them. But basically, you have to understand that nutritional specifications are practical values that take into account the nutrient requirements of the animal, plus a series of practical considerations. Basically, the need to use a safety margin of something. You always have to remember that the animal is responding to nutrients and chemical compounds contained within the ingredients, not to the ingredients themselves. So the animal doesn't care if it's fish meal or corn gluten meal or palm kernel meal. It's really interested in the chemicals contained within these ingredients. So they'll need the chemicals, right, the nutrients, and they'll respond to different chemical components contained in these ingredients. So you have to understand, you have to really focus on the nutrients and the chemical compounds, not the ingredient name. You have to formulate your feed to meet nutritional requirements of the animal, right? Plus or minus a certain safety margin in order to cover different aspects. Now, the first step is defining nutrient requirements of the animal. And this is not something that is always straightforward or as easy as it is presented to be. And I was, like it was mentioned, I was involved in the NRC 2011 book published with this. And I was responsible for the essential amino acids, the protein and amino acid chapter, along with Alan Davis, who's going to be speaking tomorrow at this conference. And we developed this table for a variety of fish species, and we update. And that means reviewing the information from literally hundreds of different papers on amino acid requirements of these different species. And we came out with estimates of the requirement. For animals, small animals, between probably 10 grams to 100 grams, underfed a series of optimal laboratory conditions. Now, I can tell you that it was not easy to come up with these values because this is a typical example. This is for nutrients for which we have the most information. Lysine requirements are rainbow trout. And look at the response. You have a cloud of data. Each studies had a slightly different curve. Where is their requirements? How do you estimate this requirement from this cloud of data? So the estimates of requirements, whether they're from the NRC or any other document, is very much a matter of opinion. And defining a nutrient requirement is not something easy, and you may arrive to different estimates of requirements than other people may arrive looking at the same data or looking at similar data. So I recommend to carry out effective studies on nutrient requirements of your species, of the nutrients that is of importance to your feed formulation. Not all nutrients you'll worry about because some of them are never going to be deficient, but some will likely be deficient or drive the cost of your feed. Things like lysine, methionine, digestible phosphorus, threonine, histidine sometime, arginine sometime, right? So these are nutrients that you worry. If you want to effectively determine requirements, you have to have graded level of nutrients. It's preferably equally spaced level and have enough level that covers deficient to excess level so you can mathematically fit the response. Unfortunately, when I review data from commercial research or I collaborate to a commercial research, companies will do limited scale of studies and they'll actually use concentration that do not go in the deficient range and don't go sometimes go too high. You really want to target the nutrient requirements and go below the requirement to find out where the animal starts to respond, where the animal starts to perform less well. If you have a limited range, you're not going to be confidently able to say that the response of the animal is decreasing. So you have to have a proper range of data to understand the response of the animal and adequately define the requirement. Now, once you have this experiment, then you can use different mathematical approach to estimate requirements. The easiest way is using the broken line model, where there's two linear functions and where the intercept is the requirement. It's very simple. However, reality is a little bit more complicated than that, and animals don't always respond extremely linearly. They respond more often in a curvilinear fashion, and you can use curvilinear model. The problem with this is that a curvilinear model does only suggest one maximum values, and this value may not be biologically relevant. So in this study, they conclude that the training requirements of Rohu was 1.7%. I never seen such high requirements for training. If you reanalyze the data and you assume you could use the convention 95% of maximum response, you arrive at training requirements, which is still high, but about 1.4 and closer to what probably the reality is. So you can see you can have a set of data, you can use the same map and arrive to different estimates of requirement. So defining requirements is very much a matter of opinion, and it can change very much as you read paper. So I always encourage people trying to define nutrient requirements to go back to the original data and try to develop their own understanding and their own view of the data. Don't simply pick up the abstract from the paper and pick up this nutrient requirement value. The other point I want to make is that the NRC will recommend one value for small animals between 10 grams to 100 grams, but you're feeding animals that are smaller than 10 grams, and you're feeding animals that are greater than 100 grams. And you can see that these change some nutrients, the requirements for some nutrients will change as the animal is growing. Using one single value may lead you to have deficiency period for a short period of time, but critical period of time, and have nutrient level in excess for an extensive period of time. That's especially the case for digestible phosphorus, as we modeled here for Atlantic salmon. So actually nutrient requirements are not static. They actually change over time as the animal is growing, is increasing in size. They can. Sometimes they don't, but in many cases they can. So therefore, if you want to be able to meet and make some money making feeds, you have to understand how the nutrient requirements of the animal evolve in order to tailor the composition of your feed to the requirements of the animal. That's what we try to do with the International Aquaculture Feed Formulation Database. We developed nutritional specification for 30 species at different life stage, and even for some species, rear under different production conditions, semi-intensive, intensive, recirculation aquaculture system, etc. In order to do that, we didn't have all the literature, all the data that we needed, so therefore we use a modeling approach. I won't get into the detail of modeling approach, but I can tell you it's a fairly advanced nutrient mass balance model. Using this, we're able to estimate all the essential amino acid requirements of the animal, plus the semi-essential amino acids for 30 species, but also at different live weight, which is very important. And the nutrient requirements we estimate using the model are changing as the animal is growing. And that's important for producing cost-effective feed. These are only model simulation, but they're fairly realistic. We do need industry people and academic people to review this information, even carry out experiments to determine whether these values are accurate or useful or not, reliable or not. These are only model estimates. They're a good starting point, but we need more verification. Now, the second step I want to talk about is effectively meeting these specifications using a mixture of ingredients. So that means characterizing the ingredients in a very fine fashion. The animal requires nutrients. They respond to chemical components. actually developing practical model that allows you to say, well, my dye size is this, and my fat level is this, and this is this and that characteristics of my product. And it can allow you to predict or make recommendation of what you should be doing in order to improve the output or the quality of the feed you're producing. So I think there's lots of work to be done in this field. Now, the last step is verifying to determining whether the feed you produce is effective, cost effective. So this can be done through small controlled trials and small cages or tanks in your facilities, in your R&D facilities. It can be done in pilot scale trial. It can be done in a farm trial, or you can go full scale on a commercial scale trial. Out the real difference between feeds. So you really need replication. Then that's not always properly done in field trial. Remember, you're trying to find out separate two populations, determine whether your feeds are different. They're part of the same population or they're part of two populations. Well, very often in the ideal scenario, they're going to be so different in performance that it's going to be obvious that the performance are different. But the reality, in the best case, is that there's going to be a little bit of overlap between these two things, even if the feed are really quite different. Some fish are going to perform less well, and some fish will perform better, even on the poorer feed. So therefore, you have to find them. Now, the difference you're targeting is often very small. 30, 40 years ago, right? You could expect 20, 30, 40 years ago, you could expect difference of 0.5 in terms of FCR, 0.3 things. You only need 2 or 3 replicates. But if you're looking 0.010 or 0.05 difference in FCR, here you may need 1764 replicates in order to have to power this. This is based on a scenario, a practical scenario. But just remember, if you're targeting big difference in FCR, right? Of course, you can go do away with little replicate. But if you have looking at small difference, then you have this. So the solution, in my opinion, is to go on as many farms, replicate things as much as possible, compare your feed from different competitors or your own feed, distribute as many farms, and do some proper benchmarking and the performance. And you'll see that performance on one given feed is highly variable. So don't always rely on one value, say, oh, my customer says my feed is really good, and the other customer says my feed is really bad. Yeah, it's just a normal variability in performance. So you actually should benchmark your performance and see the kind of variability you get. And one thing is important is that the difference in performance is not always related to difference in feed composition or feed quality. The season in this case had much greater impact than feed quality, right? The difference in feeds in terms of FCR and growth rate achieved. So actually feeds may be of acceptable quality, but results in poorer performance because the growing performance are less good. So the difference in performance are not always related to difference in feed composition, but related in farming conditions. And this is something you have to work on with your client. Between sampling FCR compared to what you would expect based on our model. So actually understanding the population, the number of animals, and understanding the proper growth trajectory of the animal, having a proper mathematical model that describes the things is extremely important. So both types of modeling the estimation of the population and modeling the growth is extremely important to have proper understanding and proper auditing of the composition of the performance in the field. And then therefore, you can
Thank you very much, Professor Dominic Burrow, for the presentation. So after this, we will move to the next session. We'll have a Q&A, questions and answer sessions. And then, as you can see in the applications, we have 20 questions, and we'll have only 45 minutes for the Q&A session, unfortunately. But we'll try to answer all the questions here, and if not, we'll try to
by their own immune response, so you have to give them steroids. But there's a number of compounds now that can actually diminish the this overstimulation of the inflammatory response of the animal and improve the disease resistance of these animals. So it's a very, things I heard, like things like butyric acids can play that role. Certain alkaloids can play that role. I saw some good results with sangirin from alkaloids from a plant that could actually work on this. So there's actually a whole bunch of molecules they can use besides vitamin C and vitamin E that everybody is using. I think there's several phytochemicals or other compounds from yeast, derived from yeast and other organisms that can be helpful. And that's where the functional ingredients have the best potential. These new ingredients, microbial and the like, are actually probably best used to stimulate the immunity, improve the resistance to the animal at low level. We're not talking several percent, where you should be using a few kilograms per ton or a fraction of a kilogram per ton. So yeah, there's molecules, and I've done some research on this, and some of them can be really quite effective.
Okay. But Pak Dusyanto, in the practice, in the feed mill, what ingredient that you see that effective as an immune booster for aquafeed or shrimp feed?
I'm not quite sure whether it will be working for fish and shrimp for other ingredients such as probiotic, prebiotic, or acidifier, but it does work for the poultry one. But I'm not quite sure whether it will be working properly for the aqua feed or fish feed. But in the poultry one, it works. As I mentioned, acidifier and the probiotic, prebiotic, or even symbiotic combination of those and as a package for the like cocktail feed additive to be given to the chicken. It works for poultry feed, but I'm not quite sure whether, because they do have different GI tract, gastrointestinal tract between fish, shrimp, and also chicken. So I'm not quite sure whether it will be working as well as for the fish or shrimp, but for the poultry, it does work.
Okay, I see. I think in the case of acidifier, it can also. I'm not sure. In the research paper, I saw a lot of organic acid that used as a growth enhancer, or it can enhance condition. But maybe Dom can give opinion about acidifier or probiotic or symbiotics.
Again, for the fish and shrimp, I do not know because I'm not formulating for the fish aqua feed.
Okay.
But for the yes, indeed, it works for the certain level.
Okay. Dr. Dom, do you have any opinions on the use of acidifier and probiotic?
Actually, it can be useful. You have to be careful because what we often is used is salt of organic acid, and they're not acidifier themselves. Actually, they're actually substrate for lactobacillus and other things that can produce then after that acidify the conditions. So they're actually not acidifier. You can use formic acid. You can use different kinds of direct acid like this, but a lot of it is salt, and they're not actually acid. They're actually quite basic. They're quite alkaline. So, but they're good food for the bacteria in the gut, and like I said, favorize the growth of certain bacteria as opposed to other bacteria. Favorize positive or bacteria versus potentially pathogenic bacteria. There's more work to be done on this, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. This is interesting. The use of it's salt as a probiotic for the lactobacillus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we move on to the next questions. So, what is the most effective amino acid for catfish feed, and what is the most digestible ingredient for it? Okay, maybe Dr. Dominic Burrow can give any insight in case of amino acid. What effective?
Yeah, the most. I mean, the catfish requires the 10 essential amino acids plus the conditioning essential amino acid plus use the essential amino acids. So they're all important to the catfish. Now, which one is most limiting or most likely to be limiting? where lysine, methionine, it depends on the ingredient mixture that you're using, but lysine, methionine, sometimes threonine, sometimes arginine, marine organism, the arginine requirement is higher, isoleucine, sometimes histidine. Those would be the one you worry the most about. Sometimes tryptophan, but very seldom. So you're talking lysine and methionine first of all, then isoleucine and threonine, I guess, in secondary. And lysine and methionine, you can use synthetic amino acids. And yes, you can use them in shrimp, and yes, you can use them in carp. If there's research showing they're not effective, it's just because it's often lab research using feed that are not well made. If you're using commercial feed that are well made or steam pelleted feed properly well made, there's no problem using synthetic amino acid. How do we know that amino acid requirements of shrimp? Because we use high levels of synthetic amino acids in the diet. We made diet with them and you fed them. I did this research with collaborators in Portugal and collaborators in Indonesia and elsewhere. They actually respond to this. Now, which source of synthetic amino acid is best? Well, the lysine is not a question, so the sulfate or HCl is as effective. The methionine, the question is a little bit more questionable. DL-methionine is very effective. Hydroxymethionine, you'll have different school of thinking, school of thought, different church. One says that it's as efficient as DL-methionine. The other one says it's not as efficient. But if you take into account potential difference in bioavailability of the amino acids, they're actually very effective source of methionine. They can meet the methionine requirements of the animal. Whether it's shrimp, whether it's catfish, whether it's tilapia, you can use the synthetic amino acids. Now, what is important in terms of digestibility is actually determining whether what you measure as digestible is bioavailable. And that's an issue for some ingredients, especially terminal processed ingredients, like things like feather meal, things sometimes with blood meal, some meat and bone meal, sometimes some soybean meal, for example. I know from South America, some quality variation sometime. You can measure something as digestible, but it may not be completely bioavailable. So I recommend using conservative estimates of digestibility for amino acids of ingredients of variable quality, things like feather meal, for example, meat and bone meal. I use very conservative estimates of digestibility of amino acids when I formulate feed.
Okay, so I have my personal questions about this use of the synthetic amino acid because I use it also for my research. So in my experience, the synthetic amino acid, if you do the plasma amino acid analysis, it appears more early compared to the intact amino acid. So in that case, I wonder if whether the appearance of synthetic amino acid in the blood early can affect maybe performance or something of the fish.
Yeah, we've done research on this, and we were the group saying, one of the group that says, oh yeah, the timing of absorption is higher. We revisited that research and we found that we're using corn gluten meal based diet as the reference, and when we compare corn gluten meal versus wheat gluten and did the exact same experiments, we didn't see the impact that we saw for corn gluten meal, showing that the base of protein, so corn gluten meal, was less digestible, and the impact we're seeing was not just the synthetic amino acid, but was actually from the corn gluten meal being less digestible, providing less digestible amino acids. There's a compounding factor. Now you're using extruded feed, and extrusion is a bioplastic process. So you're actually, synthetic amino acids are going to actually be transformed into bioplastic, and their digestibility will be slowed down. They're not going to be pure synthetic amino acids. They're going to create chains of amino acids in a certain way. And then you're feeding your animal pretty constantly. So in some experiments, you're actually feeding the animal fasting and feeding and fasting, whereas a good commercial production, you're feeding your animals pretty much all the time. So whether an amino acid shows up a little bit faster, well, the next meal or whatever the next package of feed will overlap a little bit, so the impact is very minimal. It can be seen like in pigs and sow, where they have big appetite and you cannot feed them too much, so you feed them large discrete meal dilute with fiber, and then you can see difference, the meal effect, because the swine pass the feed a bit like us by meal. Fish will pass the feed a little more smoothly, and I don't think it's that big of an issue. I believed that 10 years ago. Now I don't believe that anymore, that it's really important.
Okay.
I think it's pretty moot point now.
Thank you for the insight about the use of this synthetic amino acid. So Before we go on to the next questions, so the organizer told me that we still have 30 questions, and we try to answer all the questions. So for all the questions, I think we'll ask the person designated for that question. We won't ask for both of the speaker. I hope the participants all right with that. Okay, for the next questions, we have from Gilang Anggara for Professor Dominic Bureau. Can you describe what the factors does in feed meal process affect in fish digestibility level, and how do we maintain it?
At the feed mill, the processing temperature, the duration, the moist heat treatment will impact, first of all, the digestibility of starch. That's the main factor. So the degree of gelatinization of the starch will influence the digestibility, especially in carnivorous fish. In omnivorous fish, a bit less. So actually, if you're comparing a more conditioned feed versus less conditioned feed, you'll have probably difference in starch digestibility. If you compare an extruded feed versus a steam pelleted feed, in general, you'll observe higher digestibility of starch in extruded feed versus pelleted feed. We modeled this in rainbow trout, and we saw quite a big difference. We had to about 10% difference in starch digestibility. Other components will be affected. You'll denature the protein, but the impact on protein digestibility is not that big. It can actually have a positive impact on digestibility of some proteins, but the impact is not huge, not 10%. It may be 2 or 3% in the digestibility of protein. It will change the digestibility of the components, some of the soluble fiber and all this, but I don't think it's that useful energy to the animal. So you'll measure it as digestible, but it may not be metabolizable or may not be net energy to the animal, may not be useful to the animal. So in general, starch is the main factors that influence it. So proper processing your feed, right, to proper temperature, reaching reasonable level of gelatinization is really quite the way to maintain it or keep your feed quality stable.
Okay. Okay, maybe we move on to the next questions. From Sudewi. So do you think that shrimp head meal would be a good raw material for aquafeed, especially for digestibility problems, considering its chitin content? Do you have any other consideration of the use of this ingredient?
For me, yeah, squid head meal has stimulating properties for shrimp, for crustaceans. So they contain some compounds that seems to be beneficial to the animal or stimulate growth and feed intake of the animal. My apologies. Yes, the chitin content is an issue. It's not, you measure it as protein, but it's not true protein. The animal can digest part of the chitin, but not a whole lot of it. So you have to take this into account in your consideration. So you cannot simply use it at face value. Say, I got 30% crude protein. Well, actually, maybe only 20% is true protein and 10% is chitin protein. So you have to discount this. So that's the main issue. You have to be very conservative in your estimates of digestible protein, digestible nutrients of that ingredient. Other consideration, I mean, it can be a source of pathogens, right? So yes, you're going to be sterilizing your feed and all this, but you have to be careful about this, not to have cross-contamination after that, where you have all this. So you have to be careful with that ingredient. So I would, a lot of feed manufacturers have kind of eliminated that ingredient as much as possible, but yeah, it can be a good alternative and a good way to produce sustainable feeds.
So I heard that some species there's a variability in tolerance of chitin in some species. So some species has a also tolerance to the use of chitin, while others doesn't really doesn't be able to utilize it. Do you have any insight about this species variability?
I don't have very much. I know in rainbow trout some chitinase activity has been determined. My former teacher, Professor Kawe, and measure some chitin activity in the gut. So it can be this. There's some fish species that feed on crustacean, I think like Atlantic cod, have apparently high level of chitin activity, chitinase activity in the gut and can tolerate diluting this. And there's some species that eat crustaceans. So I'm sure that in Southeast Asia, there's wide variation in the level of chitinase activity and the level of ability to do this. The chitin is bulk, right? So partly digestible, but partly indigestible, partly nutritional or largely non-nutritional. So it can be limiting the feed intake of the animal if you dilute the diet too much with chitins. It is not useful. You already have, it's really quite condition specific. I would not count on the chitin as being a source of nutrients, and I would limit the level in the feed.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the next questions. It's about the use of black soldier fly meal. It has not been applied in the feed industry, at least in Indonesia. So what's the main constraint of this ingredient?
For me, I mean the cost. It's I've seen this, and it's $7 a kilogram, or it was offered to me at $7 a kilogram. So I say, well, thank you, but I can buy fish meal at $2 a kilogram or $1 a kilogram for local fish meal. So why would I spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times more for that ingredient than right? It's all a question of economy. There's a lot of investments in black soldier fly. It's a good ingredient. I don't. This things depends how it's processed, how it's going to be dry and processed and ground, and like if you separate the fat or not. It can be a good ingredient. Just a question of cost. So offer it at a good price, and you'll get the market. The market will develop. If it's more expensive, then it's a functional ingredient. Maybe it can improve the immune function of the animal or taste. You'll use it a few kilograms per ton, and that's it.
Okay, so I see. So for now, it's the cost, right? So maybe in the future, if we can reduce the cost, maybe we can use it more often.
Of course.
Padiciento, do you have any experience in the use of this ingredient?
Not really experienced, but having some discussion on the use of the black soldier fly meals is really mainly we are not, even for the poultry or livestock, we are not using this because its price is not competitive enough, because we are using linear programming for the least cost formulation. If the price is not really feasible, so it means that they are not being taken by the computer as the raw material. So indeed, I do agree with the Dominic that the cost issue is mainly the reason why we are not using for the feed industry.
Okay, I see. So it's a challenge for this black soldier fly industry. So if they can reduce the cost, maybe we can use it in not only fish but also other animals feed. Okay, thank you. So next we move on to the next questions. So currently efforts have been made to reduce the use of fish meal in the manufactured fish feed. In your opinion, is there any effect on the quality of fish meat? This is interesting.
I've done research on this when I started studying protein source. I was working in industry, and they're saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to replace fish meal. It's going to change the taste of the fish and the quality of the fish." So we did these taste trial, and actually they had no impact. Actually, if anything, in some cases the fish tastes better or something. So you had less fishy flavor. It really depends on the market. Also depends on the species. You want to meet the essential amino acid requirements of the animal because it will impact the flesh quality, impact protein deposition, and potentially flesh quality. So if you're replacing fish meal and you're not paying attention to the nutrient level, yes, the digestible nutrient level, yes, you're going to have potentially impact on the fish meal. But in general, no. The protein has less impact also than the lipids. Lipids will change the fatty acid profile of the flesh and can change the flavor especially that develops when you cook it. And whether you're frying an animal or frying the fish or baking or steaming the fish, the flavors that develop changes also. So it really depends on the species, depends on the way you cook this. I know in North America, not many people know about fish, so you can feed fish anything and people don't really care. You go to Italy, right, or Greece, and they say, oh, you changed this, and the taste of fish completely changed because they have a certain expectation for wild fish that tastes a certain way. I'm sure in Indonesia is the same way, right? You have certain region where you say, my milkfish has to taste a certain way, or my gurami has to taste a certain way, and if you change the feed, it's going to change the feed. It's really quite culture specific and species specific what you're gonna see. So it's a matter of trying and determining, but in general, we haven't seen very much impact.
Okay. Okay. Move on to the next question. So for the making good feed, you mentioned about starch level and gelatinization. So in your opinion, how much percentage standard level of starch gelatinization for the aqua feed?
Well, that's a good question. So it depends if you're really measuring gelatinization. I think it's really quite difficult to measure purely the gelatinization level. So we measure percent cooking, which is a kind of a semi-quantitative measurements. And I think because it's semi-quantitative, it can change. Different factories will estimate different ways. I was looking at 75 to 80 to 85% starch cooking might be sufficient. It really depends on your machine, depends on your feed, depends on your ingredient mixture. That's why I was saying in my presentation that it's very specific to your equipment, to your conditions, how much cooking, what starch is acceptable. Some people can use cassava starch very well, and some cannot. It's too sticky. And some they swear by cassava or cassava meal, cassava starch. Some say, well, I need corn to do this. Some will say, I need wheat to do this. It depends on the type of feed you're producing, right? A shrimp versus a floating fish feed is going to be different. So I cannot really tell you how much gelatinization. In general, if you want to make a floating feed, you need your starch to gelatinize, you need to expand. You need at least probably minimum 17, if not 18, 19, 20% starch to make a nice 100% floating pellets, right? All the pellet float. If you have more leeway, you can decrease the starch level. And that starch can be quite expensive. When you get in the 19, 20% range, it imposes a cost on your feed production. For shrimp feed, 16, 17% starch should be sufficient, but that's the quality of the wheat that you're using that play more roles, not just the starch level, but the quality of that starch, not to degrade high viscosity starch. In the salmon feed industry, they're using down to probably 8, 9, 10% starch maximum, sometimes less than this, but they're using very specific types of wheat in order to achieve very good physical characteristics of their pellet. So it's actually extremely complicated. So you cannot just have a broad brush and say, well, this is the starch level and this is the starch cooking. Nobody has this pure answer unless you have a perfect world expert, but I don't think it exists. Every condition is different. That's my opinion.
Okay, so maybe each company should check on their own machines and condition, and then just adjust from that, right? We'll go to the next questions. So from the 4 points that you shared, understanding the animals, which is the most important in the feed formulation?
That's a good question. They're all equally important. I mean, you have to know your nutrient requirements because this is your target. You have to meet your nutrient requirements, so you have to use a mixture of ingredients. You have to understand your ingredients. You have to make a proper feed pellet. If you don't make a proper feed pellet, the bag of feed is going to come back. The farmer is not going to be happy, and they're going to complain to you because there's too much fines, it doesn't float, or this or that. So that's very important. And then verifying whether your feed works in the field is extremely important also. You need to verify whether you produce was adequate or not. So they're actually all important. They're 4 cornerstones of making cost-effective and successful feeds. So, right? You cannot say I could have got my right arm or something is less useful than my left arm. They're all equally important, right? So you have to respect all these 4 points, in my opinion.
Okay. Then we try to move on to the next questions. So do you think in the future we can improve formulation significantly and optimize FCR close to 1:1?
Well, that's something that's been a focus on my research program for many, many years, focusing on conversion, efficiency of conversion of feed. FCR doesn't mean a whole lot in as much as it's a ratio of dry feed, 95% dry matter, to wet fish. And the wet fish can be 10% dry matter, like it can be 30 or 40% dry matter. So FCR is misleading. If you have a very fat fish, right, a big fish especially, well, an FCR of 1 is very difficult to achieve in these large animals. It can be done in salmon, but you have to make very high quality feed, very nutrient dense feed. So it really depends on the composition of your feed, depends on the composition of your fish, which is largely determined by the size and the species of animals that you're producing. If you're producing 100-gram lele, right, like you do in Indonesia, it's very different than producing a 300-gram lele that they do in Thailand or something, or producing a pangasius, right, of 2 or 3 kilograms versus a pangasius of just of 200 grams. It will be difference in terms of FCR. So you have to take this into account. Now, can we improve FCR? Absolutely, we can improve it by making feed of higher digestible nutrient density. But the price of feed per kilogram goes up, and you have to use that feed carefully, right? So it can actually this, and then you have to use higher density ingredients, which in general cost more per unit of nutrients. So you can actually shoot yourself in the foot sometime by trying to aim very, very good low FCR. You can end up having to produce much more expensive feed, which when they're wasted can be very costly and also can be quite expensive to produce. So in the end, you shouldn't be looking at FCR, but you should be looking at optimizing the production costs, minimizing the feeding costs and production costs, reducing the production costs as low as possible. And there's a million different solutions to that. So think a little bit more broadly and not just pin to a certain number my FCR has to be. You can improve it by better feeding management, by better production management, by making better feed, yes, but it's not the only thing that is important. You have to factor in several considerations. And in the end, is making money producing the fish, making as much money as you can producing a kilogram of fish that you can sell.
Okay. So the time right now is 11:43. So maybe we have opportunity for few questions, 1 or 2 or 3 questions, because we have limited time after this. So we go on to the next questions about the use of single cell protein in the aquafeed. Do you have any relevant data about the utilization of this ingredient?
Oh yeah, we've done our research on this, on algae, for example, algae biomass, the high DHA algae, for example. People thought the protein would be poorly digestible because it's encapsulated in the cell wall and lipids may not be less. It's actually perfectly digestible. Actually, it's rich in saturated fat, and the saturated fat is poorly digestible, but the rest is highly digestible. You got microbial biomass that are extremely valuable. There can be highly this. Actually, the digestibility of ingredients is determined by the processing, by the heat damage to the protein is the major factor that determines the digestibility of feed ingredients, of protein components of ingredients, for example. For fatty acids, for fat, it's the fatty acid composition, the interaction between fatty acids that is important. For carbohydrate, well, it depends on the fiber, right? Cellulose and hemicellulose versus starch or sugars or things like that would determine the digestibility. But my experience is single cell protein, if it's properly processed and dried properly, it's highly digestible, of high nutritional values. It can be very helpful. But again, it's a question of cost. In general, these ingredients will be significantly more expensive than soybean or other things. So you really have to have an ingredient that brings nutritional values for its price. It's very much like what Dr. DeSanto said, it's all a question of price. You're using least cost formulation. It has to be accepted by the least cost feed formulation. It has to be an effective, cost-effective source of nutrients. If not, then it's a functional ingredient and you're using for specific properties that you're willing to pay for. So single cells are useful for that in some case. Whether they can be a major source of nutrients to the animal, I think it's a question of cost.
So this is probably the last questions. It's about the use of research in artificial feed for lobster, especially gel feed. So what are there any important nutrient requirements that should be included as a feed ingredients in the case of lobster?
Well, cholesterol, phospholipids, like all crustacean will require it. Make sure that you have good palatable feeds. These animals can be quite particular. I have be careful with heat damage to the protein. Some of these ingredients, some of these species may have problem digesting heat damage protein more than other species. So yes, but otherwise, if you're producing shrimp feed, you can produce red lobster feed for sure, no problem, using the same kind of initial specification. You may need to produce a slightly different nutritional profile, different physical characteristics if the species is not domesticated and doesn't want to feed on dry pellet. But otherwise, the nutrient requirements should be very similar to pannated shrimp, like Pacific white shrimp, Vaname, and like.
Okay, so maybe the basic should be similar to all the crustacean diet, but we just need to adjust in accordance to the their requirement.
It was good work done in Canada in the 1970s and early 80s in Halifax in Eastern Canada. And you can dig up this information. I can help you dig up this information. It was some very good initial work on American lobster, but very good work, very effective diet actually produced for these animals.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dominic. So since we have since the times are already out, so I would like to say thank you for the both speaker, Dr. Desiato and Dr. Dominic Pero, for their the time and also their opportunity to answer all the questions that have asked by the participant. And for the participants, I'm sorry we cannot answer all the questions, but we still have other sessions, so you can probably ask the questions to other speakers in other sessions. Thank you very much. I know that in Canada it's almost midnight, Dr. Dominic Vero. So also Dr. Desiato, and then I will turn over the session to the host.
Thank you, Dr. Ihsan Fauzi, for your moderation. It's such a great discussion with both of speakers, Mr. Dominic and Mr. Desianto. Thank you for your participation in this event.
You're welcome, Mbak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Baik, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, terima kasih untuk tetap setia mengikuti Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020. Baru saja kita menyelesaikan sesi pertama dari konferensi ini. Untuk selanjutnya, kita akan take a break terlebih dahulu. Nanti kita akan bergabung kembali tepat pada pukul 1 siang untuk sesi kedua yang akan dimoderatori oleh Ketua GPMT, Bapak Haris Mustadi. Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kami akan tetap live selama istirahat. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu bisa tetap menyaksikan, nanti akan kita putarkan video-video dari sponsor dan juga dari IAC. Sekian untuk sesi pertama, kita bertemu lagi di sesi kedua pada pukul 1 siang nanti. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible. If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
They say that in the next 30 years, we'll have 9 billion hungry people on this planet. What can I do about it? As a U.S. soybean farmer, I'm doing a lot. The world already depends on the soy grown by me and around 276,000 other U.S. soy farmers. So producing our soy sustainably and with minimal impact on the environment, that's something American soy farmers take very seriously. And it's exactly why we've developed the U.S. Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol. It's a certified aggregated approach, audited by third parties, that assures sustainable soybean production on a national scale. That's a mouthful, but what it really means is simple. We're promising a quantifiable and results-driven approach to sustainable U.S. soy production. There are 4 key directives we've set our sights on. The first is biodiversity and high carbon stock, which considers wetlands, grasslands, forests, and migratory birds. Production practices, such as conservation tillage, crop rotation, precision farming, and other technologies. Public and labor health and welfare, protecting people's health and safety in compliance with U.S. regulations. And continuous improvement and environmental protection, which includes conservation programs, information sharing, and technology training. So the question is, how do we make sure we're sticking to all these best practices? Well, with more than 95% of soy growing land participating in U.S. Department of Agriculture conservation programs, we already have a robust data collection system in place. On top of that, there are annual internal audits by producers and annual third-party independent audits by thousands of federal conservation officers. And for our buyers' peace of mind, we offer international certification with shipment-specific record-keeping and documentation for all domestic and international soy customers, that the soybeans and soy products they buy have been produced verified sustainably. U.S. soy farmers are partners in trust to protect the land, generation to generation. We're ensuring a sustainable soy supply for our families and for those 9 billion folks we'll likely never meet. Download your copy of the U.S. Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol at ussec.org.
What if sustainability were synonymous with U.S. soy? If energy efficiency, water quality, and soil health helped to define U.S. soy's value? What if that value were transferred to every link in the chain, and farmers, regulators, influencers, and the transportation sector worked side by side to continuously improve, increasing demand through technology acceptance, data capture, market access, and improved infrastructure? What if we all stopped asking, what if? And instead we started declaring when? Because the success of tomorrow's soy industry depends on the actions we take today. The future is here, and the time to move is now.
If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
They say that in the next 30 years, we'll have 9 billion hungry people on this planet. What can I do about it? As a U.S. soybean farmer, I'm doing a lot. The world already depends on the soy grown by me and around 276,000 other U.S. soy farmers. So producing our soy sustainably and with minimal impact on the environment, that's something American soy farmers take very seriously. And it's exactly why we've developed the U.S. Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol. It's a certified aggregated approach, audited by third parties, that assures sustainable soybean production on a national scale. That's a mouthful, but what it really means is simple. We're promising a quantifiable and results-driven approach to sustainable U.S. soy production. There are 4 key directives we've set our sights on. The first is biodiversity and high carbon stock, which considers wetlands, grasslands, forests, and migratory birds. Production practices, such as conservation tillage, crop rotation, precision farming, and other technologies. Public and labor health and welfare, protecting people's health and safety in compliance with U.S. regulations. And continuous improvement and environmental protection, which includes conservation programs, information sharing, and technology training. So the question is, how do we make sure we're sticking to all these best practices? Well, with more than 95% of soy growing land participating in U.S. Department of Agriculture conservation programs, we already have a robust data collection system in place. On top of that, there are annual internal audits by producers and annual third-party independent audits by thousands of federal conservation officers. And for our buyers' peace of mind, we offer international certification with shipment-specific record-keeping and documentation for all domestic and international soy customers, that the soybeans and soy products they buy have been produced verified sustainably. U.S. soy farmers are partners in trust to protect the land, generation to generation. We're ensuring a sustainable soy supply for our families and for those 9 billion folks we'll likely never meet. Download your copy of the U.S. Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol at ussec.org.
What if sustainability were synonymous with U.S. soy? If energy efficiency, water quality, and soil health helped to define U.S. soy's value? What if that value were transferred to every link in the chain. And farmers, regulators, influencers, and the transportation sector worked side by side to continuously improve. Increasing demand through technology acceptance, data capture, market access, and improved infrastructure. What if we all stopped asking, what if? And instead we started declaring when. Because the success of tomorrow's soy industry depends on the actions we take today. The future is here, and the time to move is now.
If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
They say that in the next 30 years, we'll have 9 billion hungry people on this planet. What can I do about it? As a U.S. soybean farmer, I'm doing a lot. The world already depends on the soy grown by me and around 276,000 other U.S. soy farmers. So producing our soy sustainably and with minimal impact on the environment, that's something American soy farmers take very seriously. And it's exactly why we've developed the U.S. Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol. It's a certified aggregated approach, audited by third parties, that assures sustainable soybean production on a national scale. That's a mouthful, but what it really means is simple. We're promising a quantifiable and results-driven approach to sustainable U.S. soy production. There are 4 key directives we've set our sights on. The first is biodiversity and high carbon stock, which considers wetlands, grasslands, forests, and migratory birds. Production practices, such as conservation tillage, crop rotation, precision farming, and other technologies. Public and labor health and welfare, protecting people's health and safety in compliance with U.S. regulations. And continuous improvement and environmental protection, which includes conservation programs, information sharing, and technology training. So the question is, how do we make sure we're sticking to all these best practices? Well, with more than 95% of soy growing land participating in U.S. Department of Agriculture conservation programs, we already have a robust data collection system in place. On top of that, there are annual internal audits by producers and annual third-party independent audits by thousands of federal conservation officers. And for our buyers' peace of mind, we offer international certification with shipment-specific record-keeping and documentation for all domestic and international soy customers, that the soybeans and soy products they buy have been produced, verified sustainably. U.S. soy farmers are partners in trust to protect the land, generation to generation. We're ensuring a sustainable soy supply for our families and for those 9 billion folks we'll likely never meet. Download your copy of the U.S. Soybean Sustainability Assurance Protocol at ussec.org.
What if sustainability were synonymous with U.S. soy? If energy efficiency, water quality, and soil health helped to define U.S. soy's value? What if that value were transferred to every link in the chain, and farmers, regulators, influencers, and the transportation sector worked side by side to continuously improve? Increasing demand through technology acceptance, data capture, market access, and improved infrastructure. What if we all stopped asking, what if? And instead we started declaring when? Because the success of tomorrow's soy industry depends on the actions we take today. The future is here, and the time to move is now.
If we hope to feed, sustainably and responsibly, the 9 billion people who are expected to share our planet by 2050, the time to change is now. DSM is purpose-led, performance-driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita bertemu kembali di sesi kedua Indonesian Aquafit Conference 2020. Baik, Bapak dan Ibu peserta Indonesian Aquafit Conference 2020, semoga tadi kita istirahat 1 jam, sudah refresh kembali, sudah untuk yang beragama Muslim sudah sholat dan juga semuanya sudah makan siang dan kita siap untuk masuk ke sesi kedua. So, I would like to invite our moderator for the second session of Indonesian Aquafit Conference 2020 Day 1. He is the Director of Aquafit of CJ, and also the Chairman of Indonesian Aquafit Mill Association. Please welcome Mr. Haris Muhtadi. Pak Haris?
Unmute. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Pak Ruli, for the introduction. I know we have in after lunch session, very critical time to be focused on the webinar today. And this session, we have 4 speakers, 3 from overseas and 1 from Indonesia. The first speaker is Ms. Darani Seguin, with the presentation of formulating aquaculture value to feed millennial. Ms. Darani is a regional technical service manager of Aqua for DSM Asia Pacific. His education is a PhD coming from Auburn University, Master of Science from Mahidol University, and DSc in Marine Science from Kasesat University. Please welcome Ms. Darani Seguin.
Selamat siang. Let me know when you see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Darani.
Okay.
Clearly.
Good afternoon again. My talk today is on reformulating aquaculture value to feed millennials, which was inspired by Mr. Peter Hinson, one of the keynote speakers in aquaculture, Aquavision 2020, organized by Scrating a few days ago. He was talking about game changing, how millennials thinks and how's their behavior. And so I believe my talk today will be something that we can do more to bring value to aquaculture industry. Why am I suggesting this? Because millennials are changing the way we produce in aquaculture. They have unique consumption trends that is more towards sustainable development goal from United Nations that taste and preference support creativity of sustainability and equality for all. Who are the millennials? Okay, millennials consider those who were born between 1981 to 1996, which make up the largest portion of the world population today and tomorrow. And millennials, they're spending a lot of time on the screen, social media, internet surfing, mobile device, as much as 18 hours per day. And they invest a lot of time and money for social responsibility manual, which they believe that they can help to change the community for the better quality. And 4 core characteristics of millennials that helps to promote sustainability are those: they are socially conscious. Millennials care a lot about their effect on society. They believe that social responsibility is the key to improve people's life quality and poverty. They are health conscious. They prefer healthy diets more than fast food. A total of 8 out of every 10 millennials, they believe that eating healthy can keep their life long and better health. They spend a lot of time and money focusing on mental and physical health. And millennials, they are financially conscious. They spend less, they save more, and the money they save is mostly on the social responsible manner or the green investing. And they have a positive impact on the pushing the SDG to be implemented. The last and not least is the spiritually conscious. The millennials believe in the concept that all human beings are equal. They want to have a positive effect on the society. They want to bring better life for people. And they believe that the world is, should be a better place by pushing the SDG for implementation. In the last Feed for Thought survey by Cargill, they found that more and more people are choosing fish as a source of protein because of its big impact on health and relatively small impact on our planet. From the report, you see over the past 5 years, 44% of Americans and the British consumer had added more fish into their diets, up to 44%, followed by poultry, 41%, and beef, then pork. Millennials have tendency to consume healthy diets rather than having fast food. Based on this finding, there's a survey conducted to investigate the healthy meal among millennials in Indonesia, and the trend is the consuming of healthy meals is increasing globally, not exception. It's also the same trend for Indonesian millennial. The data show that the older the responder, the greater they pay attention to nutrition and how the food is processed. There's a growing trend on sustainable seafood value. In 2017, it was 12.7 billions for the global sustainable seafood market values, and it was projected to be around 19 billions US dollars by 2025, with a growth of 5% on average per year from 2018 to 2025. The growth of the sustainable seafood market is due to the growing conscious and awareness among the consumer or the millennials generation. There's an unavoidable pressure for agriculture industry to dealing with effectively food safety, quality issue while minimizing social and environmental impact when producing aquaculture products. What indicators or which key focus area that I believe that we should look forward to achieve is that we know that we cannot rely on marine resources for our food and for our aquafeed production anymore, because we are reaching the capability of the sea to produce. With finite amounts of wildcat fishery, aquaculture has been challenged by its use of marine proteins and oil. And we have reached the limitation of fish meal and fish oil use in the feed. Since the late decades, the fish meal in fish feed has reduced with time, and there's increasing use of fishery byproducts and other raw materials alternatives like soybean, corn protein, insect meal, single cell protein, etc. The whole value chain is driving change to more sustainable feed raw material use. And soybean is one of the main components in aquafeeds. And there's a concern rising on how soybean is being cultivated. And now more and more consumer or buyer is looking to ensure that the soybeans being used in the aquatic animal feed has least impact from environmental impact, such as deforestation from the Latin America. With rising concern of millennial health issue and health conscious, we definitely have to ensure in terms of food security from our seafood products. As in this photo, this is the shrimp disposal at the marketplace supermarket in Canada due to the contaminants of E. coli in the shrimp products. With the alternative solution, such as the use of eubiotics, phytogenic plant extracts, and combination of feed additives, together with optimal farming conditions and farming management practice, we can ensure the animal health and welfare, and also can replace the use of antibiotic use in aquaculture production. To support the aquaculture production sustainability growth, DSM has building a business around a sustainable animal production and to support the United Nations SDG in 6 key areas, which you can see above, and I will mention later on. One of the examples is to maximizing lifetime performance through optimum vitamin nutrition or OVN. There are other many factors that can help maximizing life performance of the animal. One of them is vitamin intake for animal that they can obtain through the balanced diet. The right vitamin levels are essential for health, well-being, and performance. And increased vitamin levels in feed can lead to deficiency in fish and shrimp, and also causing stress and disease. With optimum vitamin nutrients and vitamin E together at 150 to 300 ppm in the diet, it can help to improve quality and the shelf life of the seafood products. I extend the reduced drip loss and reduce off flavor and improve oxidative stability from the oxidation of fatty acids. And this can also reduce loss and waste from spoilage. I believe fish and seafood products should be promoted for a quality and healthy protein choice, as well as a source for vitamin, minerals, and a good source for omega-3 fatty acids. Application together between health solution and the optimum vitamin nutrition in the diet together can help to improve health and stress resistance in fish and shrimp to ensure optimum immune function for better performance, and in the end, promotes increasing yield, better quality products for healthier fish and shrimp. In the in vivo trial, here shrimp were fed with a diet containing 2 different levels of vitamins, with or without the health solution, and the shrimp were then challenged by the Vibrio parahemolyticus, the apen strains that cause white feces. And what you can see is with the combination of vitamins, optimum vitamin level and health solution, it can benefit and improve on the shrimp survival, as I circle in the diets at the end. And in the same solution, we apply the same solution in the nursery shrimp tanks, where we feed the OVN and High Boost solution for the PL from PL15 for 20 days, and we observe the growth performance. And what we see, the results show beneficial impact on growth performance versus control group of the nutritional solution in both growth and survival rates, improving by over 20%. By improving the digestibility of the aquafeed, enzyme solution can help the animal to improve the absorption of more nutrients from the feed by enable the use of alternative raw materials, especially plants, to replace the reliance of marine ingredients. Using alternative ingredients in the fish feed has been tested, and many research studies have come to the conclusion that fish meal and fish oil can be replaced in the in aquatic animal feed and is not essential raw materials in the feed. If you optimize, balance the formula using raw materials, and you substitute the requirements of the animal to meet the growth performance and the requirements for health. In the same manner, we can overcome the challenge for low omega-3 EPA DHA when fish meal was removed from the formula by using alternative omega-3 sources that can be one of the solutions, such as the alga oil from Veramaris that has been proven to support the animal performance and also produce healthy fish and shrimp while saving the green ocean. So there's no doubt on benefits of enzymes to support the key driver in terms of improving raw materials sourcing, improving nutrient utilization, and also reduce environmental impact in terms of phosphorus and nitrogen release into the water. With the supplementation of multi-enzyme combination in red tilapia, it's been shown that it can help to improve significantly the growth performance of the diets without fish meal while maintaining the growth performance. Similarly, in the walking catfish, we get the results significant growth improved with the use of enzyme combination in the diets, which reduce 5% fish meal and can also contribute to the feed cost saving by $15 per metric ton. With the plant-based ingredients, usually we do have some anti-nutritional factors that comes with the raw materials. So with the enzyme solution, it can contribute to sustainability impact by breaking down these anti-nutritional factors and make more available use of phosphorus and nitrogen and reduce the waste into the release into the water, as well as reduce greenhouse gas by improving nutrients utilization of the raw materials in the alga feed. One of the examples is for tilapia cage culture in Lake Toba in Indonesia, where ronosam high phosphatase was applied at 2000 FYT in the feed, and helps to increase digestibility of phytate phosphorus, as you can see in the bar, where we comparing the diets contain MCP and reduce the use of MCP by 50% or remove MCP totally from the diets, while we can maintain the performance of the animals but reduce the indigested phosphorus that can be released into the water by 24%. Overall, feed enzyme can play an important role in improving aquaculture sustainability and to support sustainable aquaculture production to align with the United Nations SDG. Yet, we are not alone on these missions. Our success comes from the collaboration with different stakeholders along the supply chain to promote sustainable, super nutritious trout in French supermarkets. The Skretting and Baramaris work hands in hands in bringing sustainable trout. Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Dharani.
Yes.
Your slide is quite blurred.
Yes.
We want to share from our own. Maybe better.
Okay.
Yeah. Please stop your sharing of the screen, and we will screen for our own.
Okay.
Okay. Panitia, segera.
Yes, working on it.
Okay, done. Go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Much better.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Skretting and Baramaris work together to bring in the sustainable trout into the French supermarkets successfully. And recently, yeah, next slide, please. And recently, DSM and Biomin have joined hands in working together to support the nutritional and health solution for the industry to promote the value for the aquaculture products. And next, please. Here you also hear in terms of the new innovation from the startup company named Hydroneo. They're promoting the smart farm management system where it can control, it has a sensor that goes into the water to manage the dissolved oxygen, pH, and temperature on the hour basis. And it can control the use of electricity to turn on and off the aeration. And this can help to optimize the way you do the shrimp farming. And next, please. So to promote the growing of aquaculture into the future, in order to grow the aqua business to feed the millennial, which is the largest generation today and tomorrow, we need to change the way we do business by being committed to sustainable aquaculture production. Because for millennials, the sustainability is not just a slogan, it's the way of life they're living on, and that's what they are buying from the product producer. And I will end my talk with the video that you have seen many times today from We Make It Possible video campaign by DSM. I hope it will deliver the strong, powerful message to you. And I will end the talk now. And thank you very much for your attention. You just click enter.
Hello. Pak Ruli.
Okay. Sorry, Dharani, you have video in the end of the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Wait a moment. Can you share screen from there, Dharani? Since we already convert to PDF.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Hope you can see. Let me know when you see anything.
Okay, not yet.
So I guess the video you already have, Pak.
Yeah, this
yes,
one
we already
same
play
video.
many times.
Okay.
Okay, you
Yes.
just okay.
Yeah.
Just stop.
If
from,
we hope to
Okay.
feed sustainably and responsibly the 9
Darani,
billion
please stop
people
your
who are
video.
expected to share our
Yes.
planet by
Okay.
Okay, Pak Ruli.
Okay.
Cool.
This campaign was launching because we think, we can make change by force from everyone from the value chain. That's why the name is We Make It Possible. Yeah, I think, yeah, you have seen many times, so. That's the message we want to deliver.
Oh.
driven. Our ambition is to create brighter lives for all. We want to drive the change that will transform the animal nutrition and health industry by steering the global conversation and helping to solve the biggest challenges facing society. We're building a sustainable future in 6 key areas: improving the lifetime performance of farm animals, making efficient use of natural resources, reducing emissions from livestock, helping tackle antimicrobial resistance, reducing our reliance on marine resources, improving the quality of meat, milk, fish, and eggs while reducing food loss and waste. Our innovative, science-based solutions enhance every level of the animal nutrition value chain. We are making animal production more sustainable so we can bring better food, nutrition, and health to all, within planetary boundaries. If not us, who? If not now, when? Are you ready? We make it possible.
Thank you, Pak Ruli.
Thank you, Miss Darani.
Pak Haris.
Yes, thank you, Ibu. Khusus untuk yang sesi ini langsung question and answer, silakan ditulis di link yang sudah disediakan. Karena nanti the next session is quite different topic. That's why we will start the question and answer now, because the subject is relatively different.
Yes, understand.
But generally, the presenter is talking about the millennial feed formulation, meaning that more concern on social, health, financial, and spiritual. The challenge is how to make a formulation feed without fish and more plant-based formulation with many challenges that we can discuss now.
Yes, I can see one of the comments here asking about production cost of the feed based on enzyme enrichments.
Okay. Just go ahead. You can answer
Sure.
now.
All right. So as you can see from the example I show on the enzyme application for the fish in the tilapia and walking catfish, in the formulation, usually we replace something by using enzyme to break down or make more available of nutrients utilization from raw materials. So most of the time, you will not cost more. Usually it's more on feed cost saving and make efficient use of the raw materials that you have already to replace fish meal. Yeah.
Second question is interesting that he asking Pak Munti from Unila Lampung is
Hello,
asking
Pak Munti.
Pak Munti asking about the availability of this kind of feed in Indonesia.
Based on our last study, yes, we have done the feed production by reducing inorganic phosphate, which is MCP, in the diet, and apply enzyme to break down phosphorus from the plants. So I believe it's already available in Indonesia for fish feed.
Next question.
I think for more information and details, you can contact our technical manager from Indonesia, Ms. Sirirat. Yes, I think you have in contact with her. She can answer to this question as well. I'm here just to represent her because she is packing to come back to Thailand for a short period of time.
Yes. In general, Ms. Dharani,
yes,
the general concern about the application of enzyme in aqua feed production, especially shrimp feed and also extruded feed.
Yes.
There are many question marks about the issue of temperature and also pressure during the process. Any comment about that thing?
Yes, yes. I think the application, it can be different. For extruded fish feed, the applicator will be located after the heat process, which is after dryer. So the liquid enzyme will be sprayed onto the pellets after dryer and make sure there will be still remaining of enzyme activity in the feed. And with this liquid applicator, we see quite consistent spraying, at least less than 10 to 15% CV. I mean, considering very acceptable for liquid applicator. However, for the shrimp pellets, we did some trial of the granular enzyme through the pellet mill. And what we found in Indonesia, we get quite considerable amount of enzyme as 50% after the pelleting. Of course, there's some loss due to the long time of post-conditioning and followed by drying process. Yeah, but it's possible to apply enzyme top coating, but there's still concern of the leaching after the feed being fed to the animal if you don't have the automatic feeders where the feed can distribute quickly. For manual feeding, it's not still advisable for liquid enzyme in shrimp. And in carp feed,
okay,
maybe
the
I
next
go to
question
the
about the replacing the fish oil with plant oil in freshwater fish feed.
Yes, there are a lot of study. If you're interested, you can look into it or you can ask me later on. I can share with you, Pak Samsudin. Yes, and for example, in tilapia, as you can see in tilapia feed this day, there's zero fish meal, zero fish oil, so it's possible. Depend on at what stage, because for the young juvenile or fingerling, you require quite high density of the feed and maybe certain amounts of EPA, DHA, omega-3, then you may need to use other raw materials that can be the source of these nutrients.
The next question coming from Koh Chi Bun. Any research regarding enzyme in carp feed?
Yes, as we understand, carp, it has no stomach, so the pH in the carp digestive system is quite neutral. And what is the concern is to have enzyme in the feed may not be efficient as in other species. However, the study with enzyme combination with the acidifier, it can help with the digestibility and to lower the pH of the digestive system.
Next question is which one is efficient and cheaper? Selecting in the ingredient with a high P digestibility or adding additive to improve the P digestibility?
This depends on the availability of raw materials you have in the market. In general, in Asia Pacific, we have quite flexible raw material choice to be used. And with that, we can have more cost efficient with the enzyme to improve phosphorus digestibility and reduce the use of inorganic phosphate.
Next is from ZV, replacing or substitute of antibiotic.
Yes. Well, in fish feed, so far, usually, well, for aquaculture feed, we are not allowed to use antibiotic in the feed. However, at on-farm practice, there's still farmers using it, and more and more, this will be, how would you say, there will be a banned by market or by consumer. I think there's still a lot of work to do because as you know, the farming conditions this day is also having more intensity, and maybe the farming practice is not optimized. Feed alone cannot help to improve the antibiotic use. As I mentioned, you have to also consider the optimum farming condition. Yeah.
From Pak Anwar is very concerned about the HBND. Is a very,
yes.
You know, is there any study about the correlation between vitamin and preventing of HBND?
Yeah, most of the study we done at ESM with the append, we always supply the vitamins at the optimum level, which we are giving on the guideline. And usually you see in the guideline is not one number, it's the range, you know. So we have, as I mentioned, the 2 levels of vitamins being applied in the previous study I show in my slides at a lower range and the higher range. And what we see is at the higher range of vitamins, it can improve the performance and also the survival rate of the shrimp with the appends together with the health solution.
What kind of vitamins?
This one, we have the combination of the vitamins from the vitamin premix, which is all the 13 vitamins which is recommended. And also we boost some of the antioxidant vitamins and those immune response vitamins together with some of immunostimulants.
Okay, next question from Aisha of Brawijaya.
Yes.
About the using a jelly powder for lobster.
Yeah.
Any comment about that thing? And also using a natural feed or trash fish, or we call it ikan ruca.
Yes, on jelly powder, I have no comments about that because it's also unknown for me. However, for the natural foods such as trash fish to feed lobster, right? I think this depends on the availability. From what I understand, you know, to storage the trash feed, you have to keep it cool and fresh to be able to maintain the quality of the products. And I mean, if you cannot get the fresh trash fish to feed the lobster, I would suggest to use compound feed because it's complete, I mean, on the nutrients balance, and also it's easy to store and manage.
Next question is, how about the enzyme in artificial fish meal? Can improve this?
Artificial fish meal. Yes. What is artificial fish meal? Do you mean about the single cell protein or those kind of alternative ingredients to replace fish meal?
Maybe alternative fish meal.
Alternative protein to fish meal. Well, we have seen that protease enzyme help to improve digestibility of amino acids in most of the byproducts, especially fish meal itself or poultry meal or other plant proteins like soybean. Yeah. We have not done the study with single cell protein or insect meal, so I cannot tell you about that now.
The next question is coming from Gilang Lenggana.
Yes.
He asking about the which one is a more effective liquid or powder enzyme during the feed storage?
We have a study and we see that using the granular enzyme and the liquid enzyme at the storage time of 3 months, it can maintain consistent activity of enzyme. And so far, we don't do more than 3 months because that is the recommendation period of storage to make sure that the feed quality is still fresh and don't go rancid. So among the two product forms so far, we see no difference in terms of storage stability.
Okay, we still have 4 minutes before we end this session. The next question is from Romi Tambunan again.
Yes.
Good, what is maximum content phosphorus released by using pitase, like a 0.1% pitase could release how much of percent of bound phosphorus?
Yes, we have done several study in freshwater fish, mainly in tilapia, walking catfish, or Ocarius catfish, pangasius, and milkfish. What we found is that with increasing dose of phytase, we can increase the phosphorus release in the diet. So this depends on how much of the phytate phosphorus you have in the diet. So meaning if you have high level of plant raw materials, especially rice bran or soybean, that you can have high level of phytate phosphorus, then you can see more improvements of phosphorus from phytase. It can be up to 0.245 with the maximum doses of 3000 FYT. However, in shrimp, the study it's not easy because we have done the liquid application of enzyme on the shrimp, and then after 10 minutes, we see the high leaching up to 70% of enzyme out of the feed after 10 minutes in the water. And with the pellet enzyme, what we see is if we go through the production, we have a lot of loss along the process. So in shrimp, we still have to do a lot of study at the moment.
Okay, the last question, I guess, and hopefully which one is better about the application of enzyme in feed or top dressing in the water rearing, I mean, in the farm?
Yeah, I think there are different products in the market. One distributed by Novozymes, it's those for farm use, and what we get to provide to our customer is for the enzyme in the feed. This, I think this depends on the target, because the enzyme application in the feed is to help to maximize the efficient use of the nutrients utilization for the animal. However, the enzyme being used for the water, the target is to manage the pond quality. So it's different direction of the application or approach. Yeah.
The next is a very, very last question.
Yes.
Is there any significant new invention from DSM for more efficient production?
Is there a significant new invention on raw materials or additives lately that will come to the market? Yes, we are having, in terms of the, well, for the aqua business, you mean? Yeah, yes, so far we are focusing in terms of, as you see, the key business drivers that we are promoting right now. Yes, we do have the alternative products in terms of protein. We do have the new products for immunostimulants and I mean, we have the new application for enzyme in the shrimp, for example. Yeah.
Okay, because the last question is quite a hot topic now is about the functional feed. Any general comment about the functional feed so far? Because in Indonesia is functional feed is just started, also in the Southeast Asia country, but so far the data is not quite proven about that thing.
Yes.
Any comment about that thing?
Most of the study you see that we run is under the control condition, because we see that feed itself cannot answer to all the disease issue or the stress in the farming system. And from my experience, I have run some shrimp farming in Indonesia when I was with GoCoin. And so far, you know, we were growing the shrimp in Lampung, where it's prone to disease area, white spots, IMNV, for example. And so far, we can manage not only by feed, but also by farming better or optimal farming condition. That's what we have difference. I mean, you have to look into how your shrimp are growing, you know, that's the thing. Yeah.
Yes, that's the concern today, because farmer tend to only cling or depend on the functional feed
Yes.
and not really considering about the water quality management and other things.
Yes, and I learned recently, you know, not only farming, the seeds that come in, you know, mostly you have to go through the biosecurity process. If you don't get quality seeds that comes already with some pathogen, EHP or apens, then the animal hepatopancreas has been destroyed, and it's very difficult for them to cope back and grow as same as the normal PL's condition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, our time is run out, and we have to close the discussion. Very nice discussion, and also a lot of question that already answered by Hundarani, and we will go to the next session. Khopun makap Kundarani, terima kasih.
Thank you
Ibu
very
Darani.
much, and thanks for the question.
Khopun makap, dan kita akan kembali ke next session yang akan disampaikan oleh Mr. Timothy Loh. Apakah panitia akan break sebentar atau langsung? Panitia?
Langsung sebentar kami
Langsung
putar.
Ya.
Ya. Wait.
Kalau mau break atau 1-2 menit.
Wish all good health and well-being. On behalf of the US Soybean Export Council, host of the Indonesia Aquafeed Conference 2020, the Indonesia Aquaculture Society, and the Indonesia Feed Mills Association, for this opportunity to share with everyone the US Soy Sustainability Assurance, one of the cornerstones that have long supported US Soy's long-standing relationships with our customers. I'd like to also mention and extend my appreciation to Mr. Pamudi, USAC's Aquaculture Technical Consultant, and Mr. Wiono, USAC's Indonesia Country Director, who is always on hand to provide assistance and support to the industry. For over 40 years, with belief and foresight, our US soybean producers have invested in and supported Southeast Asia's livestock and agriculture industry, funding trade and technical activities, transferring information and technology, offering assistance where and whenever it is needed. This is what sets US soy apart from our competition, because when you purchase US soy, you're purchasing a full experience, a consistent and quality product backed by our support from the moment you make the purchase and beyond. Stemming from a decades-long partnership between our US soybean growers and our customers, this is a unique relationship built on trust and respect that no other origination has. US Soy is a leader when it comes to soybean innovation, nutrition, sustainability, consistent product quality, safety, and reliable delivery. When you're buying US Soy, you can count on a reliable supply and consistent delivery backed by a sophisticated and efficient logistics system that meets and exceeds your needs no matter the shipment size, product type, location, or time of year. When you buy US soy, you're getting a long-term partnership. US soybean farmers are proud of the soybeans they grow and are committed to bringing to market their best product. Over 97% of US farms are family-owned, most of the time spanning multiple generations. US soy farmers have spent years, generations, perfecting their business, enabling them to generate a consistent and reliable supply of sustainably produced soybeans. From the US fields to grain elevators through our vast rail network and inland waterway system, our transportation infrastructure network ensures reliable and on-time delivery. This established and multi-channel transportation infrastructure means you'll experience shorter delivery times when you buy US soy versus soy from other sources. As mentioned earlier, you're not just buying soy. You're buying a long-term partnership and customer support. This support throughout the value chain really sets us apart from other countries. As a matter of fact, the US soybean industry is the only soybean supplier that provides customer support and provides expert technical assistance for our customers in areas like feed milling, animal production, oil processing, and soy foods. Again, when you buy US soy, you can rest assured that you are sourcing from a responsible and sustainable supplier. The internationally recognized US Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol, or as we call it, the SSAP, a certification that comes with every purchase of US soy, clearly outlines the regulations, processes, and management practices that ensure sustainable soybean production in the US. Because US soy is verified sustainable under the SSAP, purchasers and end users have a distinct competitive advantage when buying US soy over soy from other originations. The US soy industry established the US SSAP to allow customers of US soy to meet the sustainability criteria present in their industry. We believe that the underlying production processes used by US producers sets a gold standard, and the SSAP provides documentation and verification of those great processes. US soy growers are proud to be a part of the effort to ensure that food is produced in a sustainable manner. The SSAP has been accepted by various industry groups around the world as a means of verifying sustainability for which USAC are actively involved in, such as the Field to Market, which is made up of companies from every segment of the food, farming, and agriculture industries across the nation, the Consumer Goods Forum, and others that promote sustainability to protect the earth and our ability to feed the growing population in the years to come. The US Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol catalogs the federal legal requirements farmers who participate in the farm program must meet, in addition to the state and local laws, as well as voluntary efforts made at the farm level. The SSAP looks at the US production in aggregate based on the level of participation in the farm program and the compliance rate from the audience. It is important to note that every farmer participating in the farm program provides certifications of compliance each year and are all subject to audit. There are about 20,000 audits conducted each year. Based on the participation rate and audit compliance rate, the amount of sustainable US soy is calculated, and from there is the ability for exporters to provide certificates verifying the soy being purchased meets the SSAP criteria. However, a very important aspect to SSAP is the fact that we recognize sustainability is all about continuous improvement, and we must continue to find new ways to reduce our impact on the environment and at the same time remain economically viable and positively contributing to society's needs. The 4 directives of the SSAP covers biodiversity and high carbon stock, the regulatory obligations to maintain wetlands, grasslands, forests, and enhance biodiversity. Next, production practices, including those that enhance the environment as well as those that protect our natural resources while increasing production efficiency. Public and labor health and welfare. We have a number of regulations and laws that provide for the protection of public works and workers. This is where we cover things like pesticide application, safety, etc. Continuous improvement. Sustainability is not a result, it is a process. Each year, farmers work harder to be more efficient and environmentally sound. Along those lines, we have established some continuous improvement goals that we will discuss later. There are several key metrics that help convey the story of US soy sustainability. This is a slide of just a few that we constantly track. The first being crop rotation. Now, 94% of the hectares of soybean production are in rotation. This means that there is at least one other, perhaps multi-crops being rotated with soybeans. This helps to reduce pest pressure and improve soil health. Second, reduce tillage. 70% of hectares of soybeans are in a reduced or conservation tillage system. This means that there is little or no disturbance to the soil when producing the crop and sequestering carbon in the soil. This again improves soil health, reduces runoff, decreases erosion, and reduces the number of times a tractor is driven across the land, therefore reducing greenhouse gas and energy use. Water management. 94% of the farmland in the US is not irrigated. It is naturally fed. Much of what is irrigated is in vegetable or seed production, so occasionally when soybeans are produced on that land because of rotation, they may be irrigated. Pest management. 95% of the farmers in the US do integrated pest management, which means scouting fields, identifying pests, and treating those pests if necessary. This helps maintain the quality of the crop and reduce weed seeds and pest damage. Nutrient management. 92% of the farmers in the US conduct soil testing to determine the nutrient profile and needs of their soil. This allows for more precise application and use of nutrients to increase soil health. Conservation. 10% of US farmland is left out of production to protect sensitive areas. This is land that was once in production and now is not. It is typically planted into a conservation cover of native grasses, sometimes trees, or other beneficial covers. When you buy US soy, you can feel confident that you're not contributing to rainforest deforestation. Deforestation is not an issue in the US. The US Department of Agriculture Farm Program provides strong protection from wetlands, erodible lands, and also grasslands and forests. The US has actually gained forest land in the last 100 years while significantly reducing farmland in the last 50 years. The US Department of Agriculture has dedicated almost $60 billion to conservation programs from 2014 to 2023. In order to be transparent in the measurements and to have broad buy-in from various members of the supply chain, as members of an organization called Field to Market, we have decided to use their metrics to measure our progress towards meeting our goals. Every 4 years, the FTM updates the National Indicators Report. The report uses publicly available data to measure key things like energy use, greenhouse gas emissions, soil erosion, land use, and irrigation. In the next slide, we will see the spider graph for US soybeans since 1980. Based on the year 2000 benchmark, US soybean producers should be able to achieve these goals by the next decade. We should be able to increase yield by another 10% by improving the adoption of narrow rows and use of cover crops. We should be able to reduce soil erosion an additional 25% by increasing adoption of no-till, conservation tillage, narrow rows, and cover crops. We should be able to increase energy use efficiency, a direct economic saving, by 10% by increasing the adoption of no-till and conservation tillage practices, thereby reducing greenhouse gas emission by another 10%. We need to focus our limited resources in research, outreach, and measurements to make certain that we are achieving our targeted goals. This is what sustainability is, continuous improvement. It is not complicated, but by no means is it easy. Together with our dedicated team of in-country representatives and technical experts in animal protein, aquaculture production, and human nutrition based across major markets in the region, we are here to build on that partnership, fortifying the relationship between the US soy industry and our customers. In comparison, US soy offers higher value in quality and consistency, backed by an assurance that the US soy industry is a recognized sustainable supplier, and adding that to the exceptional support from USDA's in-country Agricultural Trade Office, you can rest assured and rely on the US to deliver on all your US soy needs anytime and every time. Thank you all very much for your time.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Mr. Timothy Loh. Tadi belum sempat saya kenalkan. Beliau adalah Regional Director Southeast Asia pada USEC, United States Soybean Export Council, yang berpusat di Singapura. Beliau adalah lulusan Western Michigan University, Bachelor Degree di bidang Finance, and Kansas State University Master Degree Agribusiness Business Operation. The next presentation is coming from Pak Samsul Arifin. Perlu saya sampaikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa langsung mengajukan beberapa pertanyaan di chat room yang tadi disampaikan, yang sudah di-share oleh panitia. We will discuss after three presenter presenting their presentation. Jadi nanti question and answer pada sesi paling akhir. Please mulai untuk menyampaikan beberapa pertanyaan tertulisnya. Please welcome Bapak Samsul Arifin. Beliau adalah ISO BAP dan juga lead editor. Pengalaman utama beliau adalah Best Aquaculture Practices untuk Country Coordinator mulai tahun 2017 sampai sekarang. Hal yang saat ini menjadi sangat-sangat concern sangat besar di kalangan budidaya udang, terutama yang sangat ekspor oriented, di mana BAP adalah nyaris suatu keharusan atau bahkan keharusan, dan makin banyak more and more farmer, hatchery, and also processor dan juga feed miller yang mengadopsi sertifikasi BAP. Please Pak Samsul Arifin boleh menyampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia maupun bahasa Inggris. Kami silakan untuk Pak Arifin.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Selamat siang, good afternoon everybody. Saya mencoba nanti dua bahasa aja deh, karena ekspektasi saya dalam rangka menjelaskan terkait dengan nilai FIF atau Feed Fish Inclusion Factor adalah memberikan edukasi terutama kepada pelaku usaha di bidang produksi pakan atau feed mills di Indonesia, karena dalam banyak hal inilah sebagai bentuk tanggung jawab saya sebagai country coordinator di BAP untuk bisa memberikan edukasi, karena memang beberapa kesulitan atau pemahaman terkait dengan interpretasi standar ini perlu ada penjelasannya lebih lanjut. Oke, terima kasih, thank you for opportunity. Terima kasih Pak Panitia dari IAC 2020 bisa memfasilitasi ini, dan terhormat saya bisa ikut serta untuk bisa memberikan materi ya. Oke, ini saya yang share screen atau dari panitia yang share screen?
Bapak saja, bagus kok.
Oke, good. So, what is the reason of the standard? Why BAP concerned about the feed fish inclusion factor? Jadi kenapa alasannya kemudian standar ini atau persyaratan ini dimunculkan dalam standar BAP? Ya, dalam banyak kasus, for you in English, you can read my presentation, and I will try to explain in bahasa. Okay?
Ya. Saya usul begitu Pak, karena sudah di poros presentasinya udah bahasa Inggris, jadi Bapak pakai bahasa Indonesia biar both juga understand.
Oke, thank you. Jadi pada umumnya produsen pakan ini kan menggunakan yang digunakan di industri aquaculture menggunakan fish meal dan fish oil sebagai sumber protein gitu ya, dan sumber lemak. Dan pada umumnya dan pada umumnya sumber daya ini harus terus bisa di renew, dan fish meal dan fish oil ini terlalu banyak dieksploitasi secara berlebihan untuk hanya sekedar supply terhadap pakan gitu ya. Dan aquafeed ini kemudian menjadi sangat demanding, menjadi sangat besar kebutuhannya, sehingga perlu dijaga kelestarian dari perikanan tangkap yang sebetulnya ikan ini ditangkap harusnya untuk manusia, dan nanti jika memang diperlukan bisa untuk pakan gitu, sehingga untuk menjaga supply chain keberlanjutan atau kesinambungan dari sumber daya tersebut. Itu reason utamanya. Kemudian dari sisi lain, boleh next slide. Oke, dari sisi lain bahwa BAP ini kemudian support terhadap feed ingredients yang sebetulnya setidaknya diharapkan diambil dari sources lain, terutama dari terestrial gitu ya, bukan hanya dari perikanan tangkap gitu. Sehingga untuk bagaimana mereduksi, mengurangi jumlah tangkapan perikanan tangkap yang dari alam liar atau dari sea catch fishery, kemudian menggantikan sumber tersebut dari byproducts. Jadi setidaknya itu diambilnya dari byproducts. Misalkan olahan tuna, ada ovalnya atau ada reject produknya atau byproductsnya, itu yang nanti digunakan untuk fish meal dan fish oil, tapi tidak langsung menangkap sebagian besar ikan kemudian sengaja dibuat fish meal dan fish oil. Itu tujuan utamanya. Dan ini juga bisa mengcover beberapa organisme lain yang nanti bisa jadi menjadi sesuatu yang menyebabkan kepunahan gitu ya, karena perikanan tangkap yang sembarangan, yang melanggar ketentuan atau IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated. Next. Nah, diharapkan bahwa byproducts ini kemudian bisa didapatkan dari processing, sehingga kebutuhan protein akan ikan, fish meal dan fish oil, seyogianya diambil dari byproducts. Tetapi kadang-kadang ada yang salah interpretasi, byproduct dianggap bycatch. Jadi kalau nangkap ikan, dapatnya ikan tujuannya misalkan ikan tuna, dapat ikan lain, dianggap sebagai byproduct. It's different things between byproduct and bycatch. Bycatch berarti hasil tangkapan ikan terus, itu sama aja masuk kategori wild catch fishery atau perikanan tangkap, bukan byproduct. Nah, reduction of fishery atau pengurangan penggunaan protein dari perikanan tangkap ini kemudian disebut juga weight reduction ya, karena kita berharap bahwa yang namanya ikan ditangkap di laut itu buat manusia, jangan ditangkap berlebihan hanya untuk pakan, sehingga harapannya pakan yang nanti memakai fish meal fish oil ini seyogianya berasal dari hasil olahan samping pengolahan perikanan. Misalkan ikan kaleng ataupun produk perikanan lainnya yang kemudian sisa produknya tersebut diolah kembali untuk dijadikan fish meal dan fish oil. Nah, itu alasan utamanya kenapa akhirnya BAP mencantumkan persyaratan tersebut dalam standar feed meal. Lanjut. Nah, dalam implementasinya, dalam implementasinya kemudian diharapkan ada substitusi protein yang dari perikanan tangkap kemudian diganti menggunakan byproduct dari olahan hasil samping perikanan. Dan setelah dievaluasi, ini perlu ada upaya yang cukup kuat dari setiap feed mill yang kemudian menghasilkan pakan. Usaha yang harus dilakukan adalah berusaha mereduksi penggunaan jumlah fish meal, fish oil dari perikanan tangkap. Untuk itu maka dalam rangka sertifikasinya, kemudian perusahaan ditetapkan bahwa penggunaannya tidak boleh lebih dari persentase yang diatur gitu ya. Nah, nanti akan saya jelaskan di bawah bagaimana tata cara menghitungnya. Boleh dilanjut? Ya, apa kemudian yang harus dilakukan? Perusahaan perikanan perusahaan pakan yang kemudian memproduksi pakan untuk kebutuhan perikanan budidaya harus wajib menggunakan fish meal, fish oil dari sumber yang legal, dari sumber yang jelas, baik perikanan tangkap maupun dari byproduct-nya termasuk gitu ya. Jadi tidak boleh menggunakan fish meal dan fish oil dari perikanan yang nggak jelas, sumber yang tidak jelas, bahkan bisa jadi terindikasi melanggar regulasi aturan main ya. Kemudian termasuk fish meal dan fish oil yang kemudian harus mengikuti kaidah-kaidah yang diatur oleh IAC atau FAO dari United Nations ya, termasuk konservasinya. Nah, paling tidak bahwa sumber perikanan tangkap yang harusnya kemudian dieksploitasi atau diambil tidak yang beresiko terhadap kategori tertentu, misalkan overfishing atau sudah depleted ya, atau overexploited gitu. Dari mana kita dapatkan informasi tersebut? Ya harus ada sertifikasi dari pihak ketiga yang secara rutin kemudian akan diverifikasi atau diberikan sertifikasinya gitu ya. Termasuk juga menghindari penggunaan protein dari asal spesies atau genus yang sama. Spesies atau genus yang sama, misalkan udang menggunakan kepala udang. Jadi pakan udang menggunakan tepung kepala udang sebagai fish meal. Kecuali protein tersebut sudah dihidrolisat dengan verifikasi yang juga dilaksanakan secara ketat. Oke, next. Nah, persyaratan yang diminta oleh standar BAP, ini saya ambil yang dari yang terbaru, standar BAP versi 3, menyatakan bahwa fish meal dan fish oil ini harus diambil dari reduction fishery atau dari perikanan tangkap setidaknya 50% yang harusnya dari perikanan tangkap dan 50%-nya lagi yang berasal dari byproducts. Jadi nggak boleh semuanya atau 100% dari perikanan tangkap. Separuhnya harus berasal dari olahan hasil samping atau byproducts. Nah, hingga tahun 2025, maka diharapkan penggunaannya hingga 75%. Jadi untuk sertifikasi sekarang 50% diperbolehkan. Nah, perikanan tangkap ini pun kemudian harus berasal dari yang sudah memiliki sertifikasi. Artinya jika kita menggunakan 50% dari perikanan tangkap, maka harus berasal dari perikanan tangkap yang memiliki sertifikasi. Apa saja kemudian yang direcognize? Yang pertama adalah MSC, Marine Stewardship Council. Jadi jelas bahwa fish meal, fish oil tersebut memiliki sumber yang juga sudah disertifikasi area, fishing ground areanya. Jika tidak ada MSC, maka alternatifnya adalah Marine Trust. Jadi di sini sudah disampaikan, bisa diakses di marinetrust.com, kemudian bisa jadi beberapa program yang lain, contohnya SFP, Sustainable Fishery Partnership, atau dari WWF, atau dari fisheryprogress.org. Jadi diharapkan kalau kita menggunakan fishery yang perikanan tangkap, misalkan kita menggunakannya 100 ton, ya 100 ton perikanan tangkap yang berasal dari perikanan tangkap liar, maksudnya wild fishery atau wild catch. Maka jika menggunakan 100 ton, 50 ton diantaranya wajib memiliki sertifikasi ini. 50 ton diantaranya wajib memiliki sertifikasi ini. Bisa MSC, Marine Trust, atau SFP, atau apapun yang memang direcognize. Jadi ada 4 yang direcognize. 50 ton lainnya boleh yang uncertified, atau yang tidak memiliki sertifikasi. Hingga nanti tahun 2025 pada bulan Juni, 75% kudu musti atau harus pakai yang sertifikasi. Oke, next. Nah, bagaimana kemudian tata cara kita menghitung nilai FEIF? Feed Fish Inclusion Factor ini adalah jumlah fish meal dan fish oil yang berasal dari perikanan tangkap yang digunakan dalam formulasi dibandingkan dengan yield standar. Di mana rumusnya fish meal berapa persen ditambah fish oil berapa persen nanti dibagi dengan yield dari fish meal dan fish oil yang sudah ditetapkan konstanta tetap bahwa fish meal yieldnya 22%, 22,5%, sementara yield fish oil 5%. Sehingga jika kita coba simulasikan, boleh next. Kalau kita coba simulasikan, ini ada exercise bagaimana tata cara kita menghitung nilai FFF. Contohnya perusahaan pakan menggunakan fish meal dan fish oil sebagaimana berikut. Fish meal dari sisa limbah pabrik ikan kaleng tuna. Jadi this fish meal is coming from byproduct of canning tuna fishery, 5%, and then fish meal import, which is have certification for IFFO, 2%, kemudian fish meal lokal yang non-sertifikasi 8%, squid liver meal 2%, dan fish oil lokal 5%. Nilai FFIF yang kemudian akan dihitung adalah fish meal byproduct 5% dan squid liver meal 2% tidak dihitung. Kenapa? Karena ini berasal dari byproduct, sehingga jika berasal dari produk, kita tidak perlu menghitung persentasenya. Artinya, semakin banyak penggunaan fish meal dan fish oil berasal dari byproduct, maka nilai FFIF-nya akan semakin kecil. Nah, contohnya di sini, maka yang akan dihitung adalah fish meal import sebanyak 2%, ditambah fish meal lokal sebanyak 8%, dan fish oil sebanyak 5%. Nah, kemudian dibagi, ada yang bertanya nih kemarin, Pak, kenapa yang punya IFFO pun dihitung? Nah, it's different things, karena punya sertifikasi atau tidak, sepanjang menggunakan dari non-byproduct, maka akan tetap dihitung. Ya, karena nanti ada perhitungan mass balance, ya, yang nanti akan berbeda tujuannya, bagaimana kemudian mengkomparasikan antara fish meal yang berasal dari certified fishery dan yang uncertified. Oke, setelah dijumlah total fish import, fish meal lokal, dan fish oil menjadi 15%, pembaginya akan sama, 27,5. Dari mana 27,5? 22,5 ditambah 5%. Jadi itu udah rumus, udah konstanta tetap. Maka akan menghasilkan angka 0,54. Nah, terus apa hubungannya? Nah, nanti hubungannya, angka FFIF ini akan dikalikan dengan nilai FCR yang ada di tambak, karena nanti persyaratannya adalah bagaimana menghitung FIFO atau yang disebut dengan fish meal, fish in, fish out. Jadi aplikasinya di pabrik pakan hanya menghitung nilai FFIF. Sekecil mungkin nilai FFIF semakin baik, semakin kecil semakin baik, bahkan bisa jadi 0. Bagaimana bisa jadi 0? Jikalau semua fish meal-nya menggunakan byproducts, maka dia akan jadi 0. Oke, next slide. Nah, kemudian ada persyaratan dalam standar BAP bahwa nilai FFIF ini harus dideklarasikan, harus diinformasikan. Ada di mana informasi terkait dengan nilai FFIF ini? Nilai ini harus tercantum setidaknya, boleh di kemasan, jadi di karungnya boleh, di karung terluar ya, atau di kemasan terluar. Dalam shipping dokumen itu apa sih? Ini bisa jadi surat jalan namanya, kalau dari pabrik ke tambak ya. Invoice boleh, atau deklarasi yang lain tertulis boleh, atau di label gitu ya. Jadi biasanya di karungnya nanti ada label. Nah, di dalam label itulah dicantumkan nilai FFIF-nya. Nah, sekali lagi kenapa harus dideklarasikan? Karena yang membutuhkan nilai FFIF ini adalah di tambak, adalah di farm. Karena farm akan menghitung nilai efisiensi rasio atau yang disebut dengan fish in, fish out, dan menghitung kombinasi antara fish meal dan fish oil dikalikan dengan FCR. Sehingga sekali lagi bahwa pabrik pakan yang sudah sertifikasi BAP atau yang akan masuk ke dalam sertifikasi BAP harus mencantumkan nilai FFIF di kemasan, boleh. Di surat jalan, silakan. Di invoice, monggo, terserah. Ya. Yang penting informasi itu nyampe ke tambak. Oke, next. Sehingga larangan-larangan yang terjadi atau yang nanti akan diaplikasikan, ini salah satu catatan yang saya kemudian summary-kan adalah bahwa pabrik pakan dilarang is prohibited. Menggunakan fish meal, fish oil dari perikanan tangkap yang tidak sesuai regulasi, terutama yang ilegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Jadi IUU ini kan gampangnya adalah kegiatan perikanan yang nggak sah, ya, tidak ada pelaporan, ya, kegiatannya pun bisa jadi melanggar ketentuan, termasuk penggunaan fishing gear atau penggunaan alat tangkap yang dilarang dia pakai, gitu ya. Kemudian tambahannya tadi disampaikan bahwa menggunakan byproduct dari hasil samping yang spesiesnya sama, itu juga nggak boleh kecuali dia dihidrolisat. Ya, jadi tadi saya sudah contohkan penggunaan fish meal dari tepung kepala udang tidak diperbolehkan kecuali sudah dihidrolisat. Oke, next. Nah, kemudian ada hubungannya tadi yang disebut dengan 50% penggunaan fish meal dan fish oil yang bersertifikasi dan yang tidak bersertifikasi. Dalam satu periode, perusahaan pakan harus menghitung berapa jumlah fish meal yang dibeli yang punya sertifikat. Sertifikatnya tadi boleh IFO, boleh MSC, kemudian jika tidak punya sertifikasi boleh sedang dalam rangka menuju MSC, ada yang menggunakan SFP, Seafood Sustainable Partnership Program, WWF dan lain-lain yang memang direcognize oleh BAP. Sehingga nanti dihitung totalnya. Berapa fish meal yang yang bersertifikasi, berapa fish meal yang digunakan yang tidak bersertifikasi. Dalam satu periode, 6 bulan, 1 tahun, kemudian dihitung total. Jumlahnya berapa? Ya, saat ini sekali lagi yang wajib diikuti adalah setidaknya 50% dari sumber yang sudah punya sertifikasi. 50% tidak. 2025 75%. Oke, next. Nah, Bapak Ibu, teman-teman, and all of audience, Anda dapat kemudian mengunduh referensi ini ya dari beberapa situs, dari IFFO ya, dan kemudian dari FAO yang dikeluarkan di 2018 sebagai mungkin informasi yang lebih rinci berkaitan dengan apa sih FFIF dan apa dampaknya terhadap lingkungan. Silahkan lanjut. Nah, tadi saya jelaskan bahwa nilai FFIF ini kemudian akan digunakan di tambak. Ya, jadi hubungan antara FFIF dengan FIFO kemudian dicantumkan dalam standar, bukan di standar feed meal adanya, di Best Aquaculture Practices atau BAP Finfish and Crustacean Farm Standard. Lanjut, di mana kemudian next, di mana kemudian dihitung bahwa kalkulasi rasio dari FIFO ya, yang kemudian dihitung berdasarkan nilai FCR, boleh di next yang ini udah saya bahas tadi. Nah, FCR dikalikan nilai FFIF, itulah tata cara kita mendapatkan nilai FIFO. Jadi untuk mendapatkan nilai FIFO, ditambah harus menghitung berapa nilai FCR-nya, kemudian didapatkanlah angka FAF dari pabrik pakan dikalikan. Nah, berapa kemudian standar yang di-accept oleh BAP? Ada di slide berikutnya. Boleh next. Misalnya tadi bahwa nilai fish meal, fish oil totalnya 0,54 dalam angka FFIF. Maka FIFO-nya adalah 0,54 umpama FCR-nya 2,2 umpama. Maka nilai FIFO-nya adalah 1,18. Nah, angka ini masuk nggak dengan standar BAP? Di next slide. Ya, nah di situ rasionya, nilai rasio FIFO tidak boleh melebihi dari nilai berikut. Untuk spesies Faname 1,2, untuk spesies Monodon 1,7, Tilapia 0,7, Pangasius rasionya tidak boleh lebih dari 0,5. Nah, di angka inilah kemudian farm diberi tanggung jawab untuk mengendalikan Either dia mengendalikan FCR atau dia membeli pakan yang nilai FFIF-nya rendah. Sehingga keuntungannya di pabrik feed mill yang nilai FFIF-nya rendah bisa bersaing kemudian. Ya, artinya peranan BAP di sini secara nyata ditunjukkan bahwa nilai ini untuk mereduksi penggunaan fish meal, fish oil yang diambil dari perikanan tangkap. Nah, untuk itu, tambak harus mendapatkan pakan dari pabrik pakan. Boleh yang bersertifikasi BAP, atau kalau belum punya sertifikasi BAP, maka pabrik pakan tersebut harus menyatakan dalam dokumen, ya, dalam dokumen tertulis bahwa mereka punya komitmen terhadap sustainability. Termasuk asal-usul fish meal dan fish oil-nya ini dari mana? Ya, jika dari fish meal dan fish oil-nya berasal dari perikanan tangkap yang hasil byproduct pengolahan perikanan, maka harus ada deklarasi dari olahan apa, sisa apa, spesiesnya apa, ditangkap di mana, dan pabriknya yang mengolah itu nama pabriknya apa dan di mana pabriknya. Ya, oke, lanjut. Udah habis belum? Oke. Jadi itu secara singkat bahwa perhitungan nilai FFIF. Kenapa harus ada nilai FFIF? Kenapa ada aturan main? Bagaimana BAP kemudian mencoba untuk mereduksi penggunaan fish meal, fish oil yang berasal dari perikanan tangkap, termasuk mewajibkan jika menggunakan perikanan tangkap harus menggunakan yang sudah sertifikasi dan kaitannya dengan nilai FIFO di tambak. Mungkin itu dari saya, Pak Haris dan panitia. Silahkan mungkin jika ada yang mau bertanya atau nanti pertanyaan digabung jadi satu, monggo. Cukup dari saya. Sekian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Waalaikumsalam Pak Samsul. Terima kasih Pak Samsul Arifin yang menjelaskan secara rinci dan sangat teknikal tentang BAP dan berbagai sertifikasi dan syarat-syaratnya. Nanti mohon kalau ada pertanyaan ditanyakan pada setelah sesi ini lengkap. Silahkan memakai link untuk mengajukan pertanyaan. Nanti beliau-beliau yang langsung tunjukkan pertanyaan kepada siapa dan tentu saja dari mana, to the point agar nanti lebih cepat untuk direspon. The next presenter is next speaker is Mr. Roy van Datselar. Beliau adalah Global Lead Improver Program at Aquaculture Stewardship Council atau ASC. Beliau akan menyampaikan presentasi tentang ASC di Indonesia. Beliau adalah dengan background, beliau adalah lulusan Johannes Fontanus College, kemudian Utrecht University dan Wageningen University Belanda. Beliau adalah Master of Science di bidang Aquaculture and Fisheries dan mempunyai banyak pengalaman di bidang aquaculture dan fisheries. Pihak panitia, apakah Mr. Roy akan presentasi live atau tapping?
Live, Pak Haris.
Live.
Yeah.
Okay, please welcome Mr. Roy van Datselar.
Thank you very much, Selamat siang, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here at this fantastic conference. It's great to see such a big turnout of people joining today. So I'll give a brief introduction on the uptake of the ASC program, and then I'll specifically dive in how that relates to the ASC feed standard, which is coming up, which I think is going to be interesting for most of the participants here. Next slide, please. So as you may know, the Aquaculture Stewardship Council is a certification and labeling organization. It's an independent organization which was co-founded by the World Wildlife Fund and by IDH. And in essence, we're a global market-based voluntary standard. And at the moment, it's farms and it's companies throughout the supply chain that can become certified against our standard. The thing that sets our standard really aside from other programs is that where possible, they tend to be based upon science and transparency. So, for example, you will find all the results of our audits for the different certified farms across the globe You'll find all those details publicly available on our website, and we use that to kind of build credibility for our program. Next slide, please. So as I told you, the ASC operates a number of farm standards, and then throughout the supply chain, processors, seafood importers and retailers, they can also become certified against the chain of custody standard, which in essence is an instrument to show that traceability from the certified farm to the end consumer is guaranteed. At the moment, we don't operate a standard for the feed mill yet, but we will launch that standard very soon. So I think that's going to be a huge game changer and a huge point of interest, especially for the Indonesian aqua feed industry. Next one, please. At this point in time, the ASC operates 11 standards, ranging from bivalves, flatfish, salmon, shrimp to tilapia, that covers 17 species groups in total. Next one, please. And what I'll do is I'll give you a brief snapshot of how our program operates globally at this point in time, as that will give you an idea of what is going to happen when the ASC feed standard comes in place, and what that might mean for the industry, and especially for the Indonesian aqua feed industry. Next one, please. So this is an overview of the ASC certified farms around the world. At the moment, over 1,300 farm sites are certified against the ASC standards, and there is close to 2,500 suppliers, which can be processors or seafood importers, that are buying and selling those certified products. And in total, close to 25,000 individual products are labeled in the various marketplaces. Basically, what you can see from this graph is that the uptake of ASC certification, it's really a global program. So there's a very strong presence in Asia, Southeast Asia particularly, with certified shrimp farms in Vietnam, in India, in Indonesia. There's different certified farms in Japan and China as well. There's a lot of salmon farms certified in Norway, in Canada, Chile, and a range of other species, really across the globe, so to say. Next one, please. Now, this gives you an overview of where those products are traded, so to say, and it gives you an idea of where the market goes. And as you can see, the ASC market presence is really strongest in Europe. So there's 1,500, we call it COC, chain of custody holders. So those are the companies buying and selling certified products. And it's followed by Asia at the moment as the second market for ASC products. So ASC is quite strong in Asia, in China and Japan, for example. But we see uptake these days also in other Asian countries like Thailand, for example. Next one, please. This is where, in which of the markets you'll find the certified products. Well, again, it's a bit of the same picture as I showed you before. So again, Europe is really the biggest market for ASC products. That is where more than 21,000 individual products are labeled in the different markets. Traditionally, it's really that Northwestern European market, but nowadays the presence is growing also in Southern Europe. And again, you see that same picture mimicked also for the Asian markets, which is mostly Japan and China at this point in time. Next one, please. And to give you an idea of where you can find our team, the ASC is also a global team with many people working in the marketplaces in European markets, where we're really deepening existing markets. But there's also a number of more strategic areas where we're investing at this point in time. You can see Canada, for example, China, Australia. That's where we're really kind of expanding both the market as well as the supply. And we're also investing in countries such as Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Chile, and Ecuador, where we intend to deepen the supply. So basically to grow the supply of ASC certified products. Next one, please. And I thought it was good to mention, since the beginning of this calendar year, we have a dedicated outreach manager specifically working on Indonesia, basically working with producers in Indonesia to help them with any questions that they have around ASC certification. So mostly working on the production side, but also working with market players. So that's Mr. Muhammad Budi Santosa. Next one, please. I wanted to give you a very brief kind of snapshot of how that breakdown is in terms of the uptake of the certified supply chain. What you can basically see if you look at that left top graph is that most of the certified farms are in Asia, closely followed by Europe. And then on the left bottom, you see that most of the processing, and it's both processors as well as kind of suppliers importing certified products. That's where the switch to Europe is made. The same goes for approved products. I think I showed it already in the graph before. That's the right top graph. You see that most of the certified products end up in Europe. But then if you look at where the right bottom graph, where the big product weight is sold, again, you see that Europe is big. But I think what's interesting to see here is that relatively Asia is quite a big market in terms of the volumes. And I think that's really because of the Chinese and the Japanese markets are increasingly asking for ASC products at this point in time. Next one, please. I'll show you some highlights of how Indonesia is performing in the following slides. Next one, please. So this is the growth of the ASC program over time in terms of certified farm sites. I think what you can see is that the big species groups are really salmon and shrimp. Those are the yellow bars and the light blue bars. And for Indonesia, at this point in time, there are 5 certified farm sites, all Vanemai farms, and 9 certified tilapia sites. So relatively to the overall program, the uptake in Indonesia has been relatively modest up till this point in time. Next one, please. Now this is the certified ASC volume at a global scale, and you see the growth over time. And it shows a somewhat similar picture as the one before, only you see that the volumes are really dominated by salmon. And I think that's because the salmon industry is much more consolidated, whereas the shrimp sector, as we all know, is much more fragmented. There's many more players out there. And I think what we see here is that for Indonesia, there's close to 14,000 metric tons of Indonesian shrimp ASC certified. So that's a relatively big volume. It's certainly important for us. And also tilapia, close to 40,000 metric tons of Indonesian tilapia is being certified. And within the ASC program, that's a really relevant volume. So the ASC tilapia trade globally, there the Indonesian industry plays a really major role. Next one, please. And I wanted to give you a brief breakdown of the shrimp volumes that are ASC certified per country. And you see the kind of the orange bar in the middle, that's Indonesia. So that's the 14,000 tons that is ASC certified at this point in time. And if you look at the competition for ASC shrimp for Indonesia, at the moment it really comes from Vietnam and Ecuador. And what we see at this moment is also that India is rapidly increasing its ASC certification. So in terms of the global shrimp market trade and those markets that are asking for ASC volumes, it's really Vietnam and Ecuador that are kind of playing the main role at this point in time. We see a bit of a steady trend for Indonesia, which we're hoping to grow, of course, in collaboration with you guys in the coming years. Next one, please. If we look at how the markets are developing, as ASC, we really see, in a way, a very positive trend. So the market is growing very rapidly year on year. So you basically, on annual basis, you see that a couple of thousand new products are being registered in the new different markets, which means that those products also need to come from certified farms. And you see that the market increasingly is asking for ASC certification. So yeah, we really see a trend here, and I would also predict that in the near future, more and more Indonesian farms will get that demand to become ASC certified from their customers, and that of course also translates into a demand for the Indonesian feed industry. I'm going to tell a bit more about that later. Next one, please. And whereas I showed earlier on that the big volumes are coming from salmon, you see that the diversification in terms of products is actually really coming from shrimp. And I think that's interesting because it shows that there is an opportunity for the global shrimp industry to kind of play into the demand for more diversified products, maybe more value add products. And you see that there's an opportunity there to really start to play into a higher market, a higher price segment here. And I think that's an opportunity that I wanted to point out to the Indonesian feed industry, to kind of play along, to think along, work together with your clients, with the companies, especially the shrimp companies in the supply chain, because we see that there is an opportunity there for the Indonesian, especially the Indonesian shrimp market, to deliver on that higher market, that higher segment. Next one, please. I won't go into these details too much, but I think what I wanted to show you is a little bit of a trend and how that plays on for the Indonesian industry. What you see here is the number of ASC products in the different markets, and you see the dark bars, that's the previous year, and the light bars, that's the current year. So it basically shows you the growth over in 1 year time. And I think what this graph shows you is that in all of our main markets, we see growth across the board. We see growth in our traditional markets in Northwestern Europe, but we also see a strong uptake in some of the newer markets, Southern Europe, the Asian markets, China and Japan. And although it's still modest, we now see that most of the US retailers are accepting ASC certification within their procurement policies. And that, of course, translates to how the Indonesian industry can go about ASC certification in the years to come. Next one, please. This is a bit of a similar graph, but it shows you the number of companies that have registered for chain of custody certification. So those are the companies that in the near future will start buying and selling ASC certified product. And I think what's interesting to see here is that really high on this list, you see countries as China, Japan, and the United States. So that's a bit of a, I think for me, this graph is probably a very strong forecast of what's going to happen in the coming, say, 2 to 3 years, in terms of where the volumes that are traded by companies with an ASC label on it are going to go. And interestingly, I foresee that a lot of that will happen in Asia and in the US as well. Next one, please. So I think the part that's all really interesting for you is of course talking about feed. As I mentioned in the beginning, at the moment, the ASC just operates a farm standard. So that means that farms that become ASC certified, they're being checked against a range of environmental and social conditions, but there's no specific feed certification in place. At the moment, within the ASC farm standard, there are a number of requirements around feed sourcing and the sourcing of ingredients that go into the feeds, especially the marine ingredients. But actually, because as ASC, we realize that the impacts related to aqua feeds are significant, we have decided to develop a specific feed standard that will come into place as of next year, 2021. We are developing this standard in a multi-stakeholder setup, which means that NGOs, industry, governments, scientists can all provide input into the development of this standard. So all the different criteria that go in there, they go out for public consultation, and we make sure that all those stakeholders have the opportunity to raise concerns, to ask questions, and to provide inputs. And at the moment, we're quite close to finalizing the latest draft of this standard, and we'll launch the standard close to next year. Next one, please. So although I cannot tell you what is 100% in the final version of the standard, I want to give you a bit of a snapshot of the different kind of topics that are going to be in there, because this, of course, is going to have a lot of consequences for the global aquafeed industry and also for the Indonesian feed industry. So the ASC feed standard is going to contain 5 principles related to the operations of the feed factory, related to the suppliers of raw material of that feed factory, related to bookkeeping, related to marine ingredients, and related to plant ingredients. Those are the 5 kind of core principles that feed mills, so the entity that is going to be ASC certified, will have to go through. Next one, please. So first of all, the requirements for the feed mill factory. This principle is basically broken down in a number of basic aspects, so to say. So it's about legal compliance, compliance with laws and regulations in the country of production, and making sure that the feed mill has a valid license and a permit to operate. Those documentation must be in place. There's a number of environmental aspects related to waste and effluent policies, related to responsible water use, and related to energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emission footprints in association with the feed calculation. There's going to be a number of social aspects in place, which is going to be related to labor and working conditions, no child labor, human rights protection, community interactions, and then there is lastly a number of aspects related to transparency, such as record keeping around nitrogen and phosphorus, such as the sourcing of GMO ingredients. Within the ASC standard, there will be no ban on GMO ingredients, but suppliers must declare that at least transparently, so that throughout the supply chain, it is known whether or not GMO ingredients were used. And lastly, also about antibiotics in the feed. So these are all the requirements that will come in place for the feed mill factory. Next one, please. Now, next to requirements for the feed mill factory that can obtain the ASC certification, that ASC certificate will also check whether the certified entity, so whether the feed mill has done due diligence with its suppliers of raw materials. So the feed mill actually has to conduct due diligence and implement a supplier code of conduct around labor and human rights, around waste and effluents, around water and energy use, around greenhouse gases, traceability and transparency. So basically all those aspects that I mentioned in the previous slide will also have to be implemented at the level of the supplier of the feed mill. And the feed mill will be made responsible to do due diligence and to enforce a supplier code of conduct with its suppliers to make sure that those same aspects are also being put in place in a proper manner. Next to that, there will be checks on bookkeeping and communication. So there's basically checks on a goods in and goods out control system, and making sure that that the feed mill has the proper internal management system in place that allows for the proper bookkeeping and volume recording systems in order to ensure that there is no kind of mixing of certified and non-certified. It's going to be a mass balance calculation, right? So physical mixing is allowed, but the overall percentages of the feed mill, that is what the ASC standards is going to steer on. Next one, please. This is going to be a major change or update, I think. At the moment, there are a number of requirements around the sourcing of marine ingredients, so the fish oil and fish meals in the ASC standards itself. But those are basically going to be replaced by this ASC feed standard. And the ASC feed standard is going to put in place what we call a ladder concept. So it's basically a staged concept with different levels, which refer to the whole fish requirements. Byproducts are covered under due diligence. and they need to come from sustainable levels, so to say. And what the ASC feed standard will require is that once we have defined those different levels of sustainable sourcing, that the mill improves its overall levels. So it's not about improving only the sourcing sort of fishery itself, but it's really the kind of the percentage of sustainable sourcing of the mill that over time needs to be improved from level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So we talk about what we say here, we call it the majority level. So that means that at least 50% of the sourcing of that feed mill needs to come from a certain level, and that goes up over time. I'll show a bit more on that on the next slide, please. So this is the ladder concept that we talk about, and because the ASC realized that in many countries of the world, the sourcing of marine ingredients really comes from different levels, right? There are parts of the world where sourcing can already occur from MSC certified fisheries, where in other parts of the world that is simply not feasible because many fisheries are only in an earlier stage of fisheries management. They're in FIPS, for example. So what the ASC will allow is different entry levels. So based on the current performance, feed mills will be set into an entry level from 1 up to 4. But then over time, those levels of performance must improve, which means that the feed mill, for its majority of its sourcing, so for at least 50%, needs to grow to a higher level. So that means for Indonesian forage fisheries that they could enter right at level 1 or level 2, depending on the current stage, as soon as the ASC feed standard becomes live. That means that a majority of its sourcing needs to come from those origins, so at least 50%, in order for the feed mill to obtain ASC feed certification. And then over time, the feed mill needs to grow to higher levels of sourcing, which doesn't mean that the fishery necessarily has to improve, but at least 50% of the sourcing of that feed mill needs to come from a higher level. And the levels that we have defined here are IFO Improver Program, all the way up to credible FIPS, all the way up to MSC certification. And then the last principle of the ASC feed standard is about plant ingredients. And it's something that at the moment is, besides soy and palm oil, is often not so much covered by aqua feed standards. What's going to happen is that the ASC will allow different kinds of plant ingredients to be sourced under the ASC feed certification. And it really will be based on risk assessments. So the ASC will launch, I guess, a big table with scoring of different countries of origin. So there can be low, medium, and high risk areas. And for those origins that do not score a low risk, the feed mill needs to have additional assurance in place. So basically risk assessments, which show that the sourcing of that ingredient is indeed coming from responsible sources. Now that risk assessment can either be an additional certification, so it could be RTRS or RSPO or Rainforest Alliance certification. But several other options will be allowed as well. So there can be flexibility in that risk assessment that can show that the sourcing of the ingredients is coming from responsible sources. For as much as possible, we try to align our requirements with the Accountability Framework Initiative, which is a big international initiative, mainly looking at deforestation issues. And yeah, the specifics of how this will be audited, I can't tell too much about this yet because it hasn't been finalized at this point in time. But you'll see those details in the final standard. And of course, as soon as it goes live, we'll be happy to give a more detailed presentation on that. Next one, please. Very briefly, I'm close to the end of my presentation. The ASC is running a number of projects in Indonesia, which might be of relevance to you because we're working with partners such as the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, Conservation International, IDH, Fairtrade USA. where we aim to establish a number of aquaculture improvement projects in different areas. Also with the help of my colleague, Muhammad Santosa now, we're really trying to grow the uptake of ASC certification and link Indonesian producers to those markets that are asking for ASC products. We really have a strong interest to grow our collaboration with the Indonesian government, with the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to also start to do some benchmarking of the INDOGAP standard and the ASC standard to see if we can develop tools that help producers kind of implement those standards and make steps over time. So I think there's a number of different initiatives which the ASC is engaging in together with partners, and I think those results will also, in turn, come back to the feed industry. Because, for example, as part of aquaculture improvement projects or as part of the work that we're doing on certification, of course, we're trying to up the bar in terms of responsible sourcing of aqua feeds. And as such, we're also hoping to over time to partner with those players in the feed industry that are willing to raise the bar together with us. Next one, please. So I wanted to give you a bit of an outlook for how I see ASC's engagement in Indonesia and what that means for the sourcing of responsible aqua feeds. What I mentioned already in the beginning, we see a very positive trend, a very strong uptake of the ASC program. And although the uptake has been relatively small in Indonesia in the last years, I really think that it's going to grow in the coming years. I showed you that graph where you could see the growth in the number of chain of custody companies, and that's really the companies buying and selling ASC certified products. And we really see a strong growth there, especially in the Asian markets, China, Japan, and also in the US. And I think those are important markets for Indonesian products. So in the coming years, the coming 1, 2, 3 years, more and more companies in those countries are going to ask for ASC certified products, which means that also the Indonesian shrimp or tilapia or maybe barramundi industry will get those questions from its clients. And of course, that also has implications for the Indonesian feed industry, because when the feed standard goes live, those farms will have to start sourcing ASC certified feeds. So those demands will also trickle down to the Indonesian aqua feed players. I think in the coming years that aquaculture improvement projects and fisheries improvement projects will increasingly play a major role for the industry to access certification, but also for the industry to secure and maintain an important role in the global marketplace. And I know that Indonesia is doing a lot of work on the fishery side already with partners like the SFP, for example. And ASC and other partners are really interested to also start to play a much bigger role in the aquaculture improvement space. And I think we're really hoping to also partner up with the Indonesian government in terms of how to build capacity, working with the extension networks. So I really see a strong role for different actors there. The ASC will never act alone. We will always work together with credible partners where possible. And I think that you're probably familiar with some of the partners that I listed here already. So I think in the coming years, we'll see a much more strong engagement of the ASC and of other players, both in the certification space as well as in this improvement space, both on the aquaculture and fisheries side. And I think that's going to have a huge effect also on the aquafeed industry, and I guess the role that the Indonesian aquafeed industry can play in terms of showing sustainable performance and showing that Indonesia can really be a market leader in that aspect. Next one, please. That was my presentation. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think if we have questions, we can do that later on. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much, Mr. Roy van Datselaar. And I think many aspects is quite interesting. And now I just realized that Indonesia already have a partnership with the IAC. 23.000 ton of Indonesia shrimp yang juga sudah disertifikasi oleh IAC dan 39.000 metrik ton of tilapia produksi dari Indonesia yang sudah tersertifikasi oleh IAC. Kita sambil menunggu Mr. Timothy Loh yang nanti akan ready jam 15.
Paris.
Yes.
Sir Tim already joined.
Okay. Tim already joined. Kita mulai diskusi. We start to discuss about the three aspects of mostly certification coming from Pak Samsul Arifin and Mr. Roy van Datselaat, and also about the soybean from America by Mr. Timothy Loh. Okay, first question coming from Anonymous. Is ISC going to have a standard for sustainable aquafeed or ingredient for aquafeed? Please, Mr. Roy.
Thank you. That's a good question. So the standard that the ASC will launch is for sustainable aqua feed. So it's the feed mill that can obtain the certification, and they can then sell the aqua feeds to certified farms.
Okay, second question. Oh, still no. Pak Samsul. Untuk Pak Samsul, asal tepung ikan yang digunakan di Indonesia beragam sumbernya. Bagaimana pendapat Bapak bila dibuat national feed number untuk aquaculture nasional? Pak Samsul?
Ya, asal tepung ikan digunakan di Indonesia, akhirnya kan permasalahannya adalah nggak punya sertifikasi gitu. Jadi dari awal saya berkenalan dengan standar ini, kemudian akan sangat sulit yang punya IFO atau sekarang menjadi Marine Trust gitu ya, apalagi standar MSC gitu, pasti nggak ada lah intinya. Jadi harus gimana dong? Akhirnya kan nyari fish meal yang berasal dari byproduct. Masalahnya kan yang berasal dari byproduct juga nggak, volume-nya pasti kurang. Ujung-ujungnya kan impor nih, ya dari Pak Edison ya, Pak Edison ujungnya kan impor. Nah, kalau dibuatkan national feed number untuk aquaculture nasional ya sebetulnya bisa-bisa saja, tetapi kan endingnya itu persyaratannya bahwa kalau ngambil dari fishery tangkap atau wild catch ya punya sertifikasi 50% diantaranya. Akhirnya kan yang terjadi di feed mill adalah bagaimana kemudian beli dikit, yang penting dari punya sertifikasi, misalkan dari Peru nih beli fish meal punya sertifikasi, kemudian dia beli fish oil punya sertifikasi, dia beli fish meal lokal yang punya sertifikasi, sisanya ngambil dari byproducts gitu ya, sisanya. Jadi secara cost itu bisa ketekan gitu, karena memang problemnya itu di Indonesia nggak sulit gitu ya, mau punya SFP atau lagi FIP atau dalam rangka assessment untuk MSC itu jarang banget. Karena umumnya yang sekarang dikembangkan untuk MSC atau yang sustainable kebanyakan untuk human consumption dulu, misalkan untuk pabrik tuna, pabrik rajungan yang sekarang lagi nangkepin buat MSC ya, atau lagi sertifikasinya. Gitu sih. Jadi memungkinkan, tetapi poinnya akan berbeda karena fish meal yang fish oil yang diminta adalah sertifikasi gitu loh. Kembali ke third party certification. Itu sih Pak jawabannya.
Terima kasih Pak Samsul. Pertanyaan tadi dari Pak Edison Saadi. Masih ada pertanyaan untuk Pak Samsul tentang apakah BAP untuk feed mill itu sudah di-enforce atau memang masih merupakan hal yang tidak wajib, Pak?
Ya, standar sertifikasi ini kan endingnya adalah voluntary, Pak, bukan mandatory. Voluntary ini kan terserah mau pakai mau enggak. Tetapi memiliki sertifikasi ini memang tidak lantas meningkatkan nilai jual. Setidaknya memiliki sertifikasi ini punya opsi untuk jualan, punya pilihan untuk jualan, punya market yang kemudian endingnya adalah pilihan kita masuk ke market yang lebih tinggi sehingga daya belinya juga lebih baik, harga jualnya pun bisa terkerek gitu ya. Nah, feed mill ini kan adanya di hulu karena temennya itu hatchery, temennya farm gitu ya. Tidak langsung ke hilirnya itu di mana? Ya di UPI namanya, di unit pengolahan ikan. Nama kerennya ya, UPI, bisa jadi pabrik ikan, bisa jadi pabrik udang, whatever lah. Tetapi dalam rangka menuju ke hilir ini kan perlu ada pemastian untuk kesinambungan gitu ya. Jadi sekali lagi tidak ada kewajiban. Ini adalah voluntary, tetapi kalau nggak ngikutin tren sekarang ya nggak bisa jualan. Kalau nggak bisa jualan ya nilai competitive advantage dari kita ya juga rendah gitu ya, sehingga betul saya perlu juga memastikan bahwa semua spesies ataupun komoditas yang berasal dari Indonesia seenggaknya punya nilai jual lebih tinggi deh, maka ya perlu dilengkapi akhirnya gitu ya. Gitu Pak, terima kasih.
Pak Samsul, masih ada pertanyaan yang...
Oh masih?
Kebetulan banyak pertanyaan masuk ke Pak Samsul sambil menunggu pertanyaan untuk speaker lain. Pertanyaan klasik adalah kita selama ini tahu bahwa pakan udang nggak boleh memakai stream head meal atau hal ihwal yang berkaitan dengan sumber bahan baku udang. Tapi kenapa untuk hydrolyze stream head meal boleh dipakai sementara stream head tepung kepala udang tidak pakai? Ada penjelasan tentang itu, Pak?
Ya, hydrolyze ini kan kemudian merubah konteksnya. Kenapa sih tidak boleh dari spesies atau genus yang sama? Kita ingat kejadian BSE, sapi gila itu kan karena itu karkas ya, sapinya makan sapi gitu kan. Nah sehingga kemungkinan ada resiko jika konten proteinnya masih sama, gugusnya masih sama. Nah dengan hydrolyze ini sudah merubah strukturnya dan itu harus ada pembuktian ya, berapa dalton diatur juga kok di aturan BAP. Jadi reasonnya itu, sehingga sudah ada perubahan bentuk. Sama halnya kalau teman-teman paham konsep alergen di produk pangan, itu soya itu masuk kategori alergen. Jika dia sudah menjadi soya lecithin dan sudah ada revine, pemurnian, maka dia sudah tidak menjadi alergen. Nah seperti itulah konsepnya secara sederhana. Nah ketentuannya sudah jelas kok, jika menggunakan maka harus ada verifikasi lanjutan, entah itu dalam bentuk pembuktian tertulis, pengujian termasuk ya, dan asal muasalnya serta proses hydrolyze-nya apa, termasuk nanti ada konten berapa persen crude protein yang ada di dalam klaim dari produsen yang hydrolyzed gitu. Jadi nanti saya bisa share suplemen information dari BAP terkait why-nya gitu ya, lebih detail. Nanti bagi yang berminat boleh deh kasih saya WA atau kasih saya atau nanti email saya boleh di-share, nanti silakan email ke saya akan reply bagi yang interest untuk penjelasan tertulisnya ya. Terima kasih.
Penjelasan cukup detail dari Pak Samsul ini sekaligus sebenarnya sudah menjawab pertanyaan dari Bapak atau Ibu Yusinta yang meminta kenapa yang ini boleh, yang itu tidak boleh. Dalam artian stream head meal nggak boleh, tapi kenapa hydrolyze boleh. Ini sudah dijawab, jadi pertanyaan ini nggak perlu kita sampaikan karena sudah dijawab oleh Pak Samsul dengan detail. Pertanyaan untuk, tolong panitia di Zoom, ya. The next question is from Pak Agus Budiman untuk Roy.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yes.
So you're asking that there might be challenges for farms to obtain ASC certification due to the history of shrimp farming, especially with deforestation of mangroves. So the ASC standard in that sense is very strict. It basically says that mangroves that have been deforested, only if that happens before 1999, which is that kind of that cutoff date, the Ramsar Convention. Only if deforestation took place before that date, a shrimp farm can obtain ASC certification, with the requirement that at least 50% of the deforested area needs to be reforested. So mangrove reforestation needs to be conducted by the farm in that case before they can obtain the ASC certification. If there's any deforestation that has taken place after 1999, the farm can never obtain ASC certification. And that's basically because we stick to the international convention, which is protecting mangroves and wetlands as of that date. And you're absolutely right in that sense that it's a very challenging situation because we realize that there are, of course, instances in Indonesia, but also in many other countries where deforestation has taken place afterwards. But in a sense, we're very strict in our program. So no certification of ASC can take place if the farm has deforested mangroves after 1999.
Oke, thank you Pak. Jawaban untuk Pak Ridwan saya rasa tadi sudah cukup. Sorry, bukan tadi. Berikutnya ada pertanyaan untuk Pak Samsul lagi tentang batasan penggunaan animal meal yang basisnya dari terrestrial animal. Apakah ada batasan untuk digunakan dalam pakan ikan maupun pakan udang?
Jawabannya nggak ada apa namanya pernyataan tersebut di standar. Silakan, karena ekspektasinya kan ngurangin protein dari perikanan tangkap gitu supaya ikan yang ada di laut lestari gitu kan. Sementara kalau dari terestrial bisa dibudidayakan dan jumlahnya mungkin masih mencukupi. Tetapi pasti ada kajian, ada impact terhadap biaya. Gitu aja sih. Nggak ada batasan, nggak ada persyaratan yang lebih spesifik gitu.
Next question for Pak Timothy, Mr. Timothy. Is SSAP part of requirement in feed mill certification?
Yeah, hi. First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone and to the distinguished speakers and to our gracious host. Thank you very much for the invitation. Strictly speaking, I would say no. You know, when you talk about feed mill certification, I guess I need to get a better definition of what you mean, because there are different types of certification involved, as far as I know. But the Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol, the SSAP, is a certification to the product itself. And in this case, it's any soy product. It can be soybean meal, soybean oil, isolates, and so it's to the product. And even when it's tagged to the product, there are some sort of guidelines involved. For instance, if the product is to be used for in its raw state, whole beans, then in order to get certification for SSAP, the end product needs to be 100% made from US soybeans in this case, for instance, tempeh. All right, that's on the food side. But however, if it's a ingredient to a secondary product, then it only needs to be up to 60%. So that's probably too much information to this question, but the answer is no.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Thank you. Sangat jelas penjelasannya. Lanjutan dari pertanyaan adalah untuk Pak Samsul, ini yang paling laris Pak Samsul. Selain faktor spesies, apakah ada standar yang berbeda untuk FIFO dalam artian intensitas budidaya, intensif, semi-intensif, ekstensif, dan sebagainya? Silakan Pak Arifin, Pak Samsul.
Ya, nggak ada Pak jawabannya. Jadi mau intensif, mau semi, mau super gitu sama. Karena kalau nanti masuknya ke kategori ekstensif, maka dia unfed. Unfed berarti nggak dikasih makan. Nggak berlaku nilai FFIF-nya nanti. Nilai FIFO-nya nggak berlaku karena dia nggak dikasih makan. Jadi sepanjang dia dikasih makan, nilainya sama, standarnya sama, gitu. Jawabannya, simple sih jawabannya. Oke, udah ya.
Next.
Ada lagi?
Sudah clear jawabannya, intinya tidak ada batasan. Selain spesies, jadi intensitas budidaya tidak berpengaruh terhadap standarnya. Kemudian pertanyaan untuk the next question for Roy. Please.
Thank you. So the question is, besides RTRS, so Roundtable for Responsible Soy, is there any other criteria like SSAP for US soy that can be part of ASC certification? I don't know too much about SSAP, to be honest, but definitely RTRS will not be the only program that will be accepted. Basically, how we work is that if you remember my presentation, the ASC will ask the feed mill to do a risk assessment, right? And that risk assessment can either be completed by saying there is a third-party certification for the ingredient, or there is another type of risk assessment in place. And definitely RTRS is one of the kind of well-known schemes that certainly will be accepted. but there are others as well. And basically what the AAC will do is we'll put some guidance out there on what should be in the risk assessment. And then basically the feed mill can see if I have SSAP, does it fill the needs of that risk assessment, and basically will it fulfill the requirements for me to obtain ASC certification on that side. So there will be many more schemes or possibilities that can help the feed mill to obtain those requirements.
In general, any comment from Tim regarding this SSSP and ASC?
Yeah, just very briefly, the Roundtable for Responsible Soy was the first program to be developed, so it's got a good following. And shortly after RTRS came around, the SSAP was developed specifically for the US as a producer. And the reason why, really, I think the main reason why SSAP, there was a need for SSAP was because there were a number of regulations under RTRS that does not apply to the situation in the US. In RTRS, there are regulations that relate to the welfare of the small land stakeholders. There's deforestation and so on and so forth, which is in the US, there are, prevailing laws and regulations that already govern that, and that is not a issue in the US, which is why there was a necessity to have the SSAP developed for origination of soy out of the US so as to be a lot more relevant. Of course, there are also guidelines in the US that may not necessarily be relevant to that of our TRS as well. I think both programs are great. I think they are parallel programs. I think the mission of the programs is what is important, and that is to ensure sustainability in the supply chain. So that's what's for me.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. Pertanyaan berikutnya untuk Pak Syamsul. Saya kebetulan dari pabrik pakan, tapi pertanyaan dari Pak Ridwan ini tetap juga yang jawab harus Pak Syamsul. Apakah pabrik pakan ikan di Indonesia bersedia terbuka terkait tingkat penggunaan tepung ikan dalam setiap produksi pakan yang diproduksi? Silakan Pak Syamsul, berdasarkan pengalaman ketemu dengan pabrik pakan dan lain-lain.
Terbuka, kalau di audit harus terbuka, Pak. Kan kita doing verification. Verification means we need to have looking for another evidence ya. Jadi cari bukti kan. Nah, cari bukti kan dari informasi. Informasinya harus dibuka. Kalau nggak terbuka ya dikorek-korek ketemu yang tidak sesuai ya jadinya ketidaksesuaian. Kalau ketidaksesuaiannya dari hasil audit dirasa temuannya bisa mayor atau kritikal ya jadinya nggak sertifikasi gitu. Jadi on behalf of audit atau pada saat melaksanakan audit maka ya perusahaan harus terbuka, mau nggak mau, suka nggak suka kan gitu. Tetapi apakah informasi tersebut kemudian dipublish? Tentu saja tidak, karena audit is confidential. Audit adalah rahasia antara si auditor dengan audite, antara badan sertifikasi dengan perusahaan atau institusi yang kemudian diaudit. Dan informasi tersebut untuk BAP, untuk kami adalah informasi terkait compliance, pemenuhan standar minimal. Yang kami lakukan adalah penekanan bahwa proses auditing harus dilakukan dengan baik. Semua informasi-informasi itu hanya untuk kebutuhan audit. Jadi itu sih Pak, kalau misalkan terbuka kemudian dipublikasi, beda ranah ya Pak. Maksudnya saya nggak bisa menjawab lebih lanjut terkait dengan itu sih. Gitu, Pak.
Mungkin memang harus dispesifikan. Audite kepada auditor itu bukan terbuka, tapi harus terbuka, betul Pak Arifin ya, Pak Samsul, harus terbuka kepada auditor, karena juga peran auditor memang tujuannya untuk membuka semua aspek dokumen dan juga kegiatan produksi pakan di situ. Yang jadi masalah kan apakah ini dibuka ke publik atau tidak, itu adalah terpulang pada pabrik pakan tersebut dan juga kepentingannya. Kalau nggak ada kepentingannya juga nggak perlu dibuka, ngapain juga dibuka. Yang pasti yang ditekankan oleh beliau tadi adalah audite kepada auditor pasti dan wajib terbuka. Oke. The next question is for Tim. Besides sustainability matter, what are the advantages of US soy origin?
Well, where do I begin? I think I spent a good 12 minutes talking about that. I really appreciate your patience with my presentation. I think broadly speaking, we like to look at it in two areas. There's the intrinsic advantage and the extrinsic advantages. The intrinsic, of course, is the quality of the product, the consistency of the product, which we believe the US is right up there with the best. And that, it's a long conversation, so I'm just going to keep this very, very short. We have done a lot of research. We have done a lot of tests, and we can provide information to show that the value of US soy is at an advantage. Although when you buy US soy, it tends to be at a premium. When the price is factored in, considering, the flat price is considered, but overall the value, it tends to give you a lower cost of feed production. Then of course there's the extrinsic advantages, which is you are working with a very efficient origination. You're working with a good partner in the US, and I think the one thing that we want to believe it's a very strong advantage is the support that the US soy industry puts into the partnership with our customers, like those in Indonesia, where we invest time, we invest expertise, and we also have people on the ground to meet your needs if you need any assistance. So it's kind of a total package, but that's what I would say. Thank you.
The next question for Roy from Pak Gilang Lenggana. Is ASC certification also mandatory for feed mill? Is there anything specific that require ASC certification, like for such country or something like that?
So ASC certification is not mandatory for feed mills, but farms that are ASC certified, they have to source from certified feed mills. And I showed you some graphs of kind of the uptake of ASC certification in the various markets. I think what we see at this point in time is that in many of the Northwestern European markets, ASC more or less is a mandatory requirement to access a market. For example, if I would go shopping here in Belanda, in all of the supermarkets that I go, when I shop for shrimp, tilapia, pangasius, salmon, there is nothing else but ASC certified product there. So in all of the different supermarkets, and the same goes for countries as Germany, increasingly in France. So in a way, and this is about ASC certification. If you go to different markets, right, in the US, you will find BAP certification in a lot of the retail shelves. So sustainability is becoming the norm in many of those markets, and which means that for producers, the ask to become certified is increasing, and with the launch of the ASC feed standard, that also means that those producers, if you go on our website, you will find which companies have obtained the ASC shrimp or ASC tilapia certification in Indonesia. Those companies will have to start sourcing from ASC certified feed mills. So that those questions will come to the feed industry very soon.
Thank you. Next question untuk Pak Samsul lagi, di mana posisi FFIF di BAP Feed Mill Certification? Silakan Pak Samsul.
Di sini. Kalau posisi apanya, Mas, halamannya? Ada di standar BAP issue 3. Standar BAP issue 3 itu tentang lingkungan, kajian environment, bahwa BAP ini kan concern environment, salah satunya ya dari perikanan tangkap tadi. Jadi ada di bab 4 tentang environment, ya kalau nggak salah. Nanti yang belum punya standarnya boleh download atau minta ke saya langsung, boleh. Tak kasih standarnya nanti. Ya.
Oke.
Bahasa Inggris, nggak ada yang bahasa Indonesia.
Oke. Kemudian pertanyaan berikutnya, the next question is for, I guess, for Roy. Is all certification can contribute for the end price of the shrimp in the market? Any difference between certified and uncertified shrimp?
Yeah, good question. It's the $1 million question, huh? As ASC, we don't promise a price premium. because we see that kind of the price difference is really dependent on the market situation, on the supply and demand situation, so to say. However, at the same time, I also think it's safe to say that where we see the demand for ASC certified products, ASC certified shrimp growing quite rapidly, there is a lot of demand out there, and there is more demand than supply at this point in time, which means that the market is willing to offer a good price. So certainly we see we certainly see it in shrimp, where there is a price premium over conventional shrimp products. However, that is going to be dependent on how that situation also evolves over time, right? So we realize that many producers need to invest in certification. That means a financial investment. That means an investment in terms of human resources often. So for the ASC, it's very important that we continue to build a very strong market demand for our ASC products, which means that at the end of the day, the companies that have obtained certification can also fetch a good price, an honest price for their product. So it's not something that we promise. It certainly is out there at this point in time, and we will do our utmost best to make sure that there is always going to be a very strong market ask for ASC certified products.
Yes. $1 million question. Kita harus sadar bahwa memang di Indonesia ketika farmer dipush untuk sertifikasi juga pertanyaannya sama. Apakah kalau saya sudah sertifikasi baik oleh pemerintah maupun oleh private sector, harga jual kami akan berbeda atau tidak? Dan itu memang tidak bisa dijawab, dan akhirnya perlu cara dan trik tertentu untuk meyakinkan mereka bahwa sertifikasi adalah sebuah, seperti layaknya kita punya sertifikasi halal, bukan berarti makanan yang halal lebih mahal dibandingkan kalau nggak ada sertifikasinya, dan seterusnya. Kami kadang dalam industri ini terpaksa harus arguing untuk meyakinkan mereka. The next question is for Tim. If we use the soy from USA, can we put the SSAP logo in our feedback?
Allow me to make a point of clarification here. The Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol, the sustainability certificate, is a certificate when you purchase the product from the US, when you import it in. The supplier, you can ask the supplier for this sustainability certificate. It's a certificate where you can use for company needs or promotional needs. What you're talking about, when you're talking about the logo, I think you're really referring to the Sustainable Soy seal, which is a logo that we use to put on products to indicate that this is US Soy Sustainable Seal. And yes, you can. In fact, we have a customer that used the US Soy Sustainable Seal in his pet feed packaging, because he's able to show us that that he's using US soy in his pet feed at the percentage that is required, which is around 60% plus the other the other micronutrients, the minerals and such. And so he's using that, and so the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you, Tim. We still have 4 minutes before we end up the question answer session. The next question is for Mr. Roy. It's maybe too general, but all raw materials are expensive in the manufacturing process. What is the strategy for the feed industry to make a profit?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think you're right. Raw materials are expensive, and I think over time, if kind of more standards become in place, there's going to be more requirements, more checks and balances on sustainability. And that's only going to increase the price, right? So how do we find a way out of this? And in a way, I think this is also what the whole point of this conference is, right? I mean, I think we all agree that there is only one kind of way into the future, and that is making sure that that we can renew our resources and sustain our resources also for future generations to come. All right, which means that we have to source our marine ingredients from responsible fisheries, that we have to source our plant ingredients from responsible sources. I do think that on the one hand, now that the market is increasingly building this traction for responsible products, right, that there is also going to be a reward from the marketplace. right? That the markets are offering an honest price for sustainable products that carry an ASC or a BAP logo. One interesting thing, what I see is that nowadays, and that's I think since 1 or 2 years, also the financial sector is starting to recognize that kind of their investments, so investment from banks, from hedge funds, they also have to show that their investments are responsible. And what I see, for example, is already that a Dutch bank like the Rabobank, they're a huge financial creditor to, at this point in time, the South American feed industry, so the Chilean and Peruvian fish meal industry. They are making ASC certification a requirement as part of their loan package, but in exchange, they will also offer a more favorable loan. So you get like a discount on your interest rate. I think that's a movement that's going to continue in the years to come. At the moment, there's a huge kind of law passing the European Commission, which means that all European banks need to start reporting out on their sustainability commitments and sustainability as part of their loan packages. And I think that's also an opportunity for the feed industry to play into, right? If you, as a feed manufacturer, have to go for ASC or BAP certification, I think there's going to be an opportunity to also make that part of the package that you have with your financial creditors. And I think it's only fair that they also play a part in kind of incentivizing and supporting you in that journey.
Okay, thank you, Roy. Thank you. Next question is for Tim regarding the news that the Thailand banned US soy due to the pesticide issues. How is the USEC's policy toward risk of US soybean for human health? Need some clarification from Tim.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more background to this. I'll try and keep this really short. First of all, US soy is not banned in Thailand. However, there are 2 chemicals that's being banned as of June 1st. It's already in place, and that is paraquat and chlorpyrifos. So these 2 chemicals are definitely banned. It's not banned, it's banned for domestic use, and it's also banned in terms of what we call minimum residue limits for food products. It is banned for food products coming into Thailand. So if the Thai FDA, Thai Food and the Drug Administration, finds traces of these 2 chemicals in the incoming food ingredients, that's when issues will take place, not for feed. So I think that point of clarification needs to be made. Now, how is USEC's policy towards risk of US soy for human health? I think there's no compromise when it comes to human health. I think that's there is a very strict, obviously there's a very strict concern when it comes to whatever is being used to be used in the production of US soy or soybeans in this case, and how it would impact human health. There's been a lot of discussion, and I guess, other than these chemicals, glyphosate is also being discussed. Now, it was discussed last year, but they retracted on this because, there is no proof to show that glyphosate is harmful, although there are, obviously, there are cases that have come up which has brought this up for discussion and in some cases debate again. But as I said, insofar as the US is concerned, we don't see any issue with these chemicals. However, we fully respect the food security and food safety policies of every country that we operate in. And so we try to do our best to work with these countries to meet their requirements from the scientific point of view. One of the challenges we have is many regulations tend to have influences not just on science, but on other areas as well, which sort of affects the outlook of the situation. And so what I would say in summary is, our policy towards risk is science-based. Now, if the science shows that there is high risk and there is danger to human health, I think there's no question. I think this is something that the US takes very seriously, and we will take measures but we will also respect the country's food and safety policies. Over.
Thank you, Tim. There's very clear clarification regarding the rumor or issue on Thailand on US soybean, US soy. The next question is for Roy, maybe from Pak Januar, is out of the box question regarding the what happened if the fish meal is fish is recover because which is a sustainable project or success. Please, Roy.
Yeah, I like this question. It's very much out of the box. So I think scientifically, if you look at kind of fish stocks and the economic yields from fish stocks, at the moment, many fisheries across the globe, including Indonesia, they're kind of over exploiting the fish stocks, right? So the fish stocks are not being fished at the maximum sustainable yield, but there is more fishing pressure, which essentially means that too many vessels are fishing for too few fish, right? So the price that a fisherman gets per day or per month for the fish that he catches is relatively low. I think the economic and the scientific models show that if fish stocks can recover over time, fishermen and the fishing industry is going to be in a better position financially. They will be able to make more money, simply based on the fact that there's going to be more fish, more of those natural resources available. So I think in a way there is a business case for these fisheries improvement projects to become successful, because that will, I think, move part of the pressure of this industry, right? Because there's a natural economic incentive there, and I think by all means, as at least from an ASC perspective, as long as a fishery or as an industry can show that a fishery is being exploited in a responsible manner, in a sustainable manner, there's no problem at all with using fisheries resources as inputs for aquafeeds. I think it's going to be right. It's a very kind of natural, healthy ingredient in the feeds. So if we say it's a good ingredient, if it's responsible sourced, great. Let's use it.
Oke, jawaban yang arif dan wise dari Roy tentang itu. Pertanyaan terakhir, benar-benar terakhir ini, nggak akan ditambahkan lagi, khusus untuk Pak Samsul dari Pak Malik Serang. Jika kami di perguruan tinggi memproduksi pakan, hasil penelitian kemudian dimanfaatkan oleh kelompok budidaya, apakah berlaku persyaratan FFIF? Silakan Pak Samsul.
Ya kalau nggak pakai sertifikasi BAP ya nggak perlu, karena kan yang mengacu ke FFIF hanya yang sertifikasi BAP. Yang wajib ya, kalau mau sertifikasi BAP pakai. Tetapi ini praktek yang bagus sebetulnya. Jika kemudian kita juga menggunakan walaupun tidak perlu sertifikasi, monggo sih, malah disarankan gitu ya. Itu sih jawabannya.
Jadi melakukan FFIV bukan karena BAP tapi karena kesadaran terhadap sustainability dan sebagainya. Itu jauh lebih bagus. Jadi bukan karena untuk mencari sertifikat, bukan karena diawasi, tapi oleh ada kesadaran internal untuk sustainability. Saya rasa ini closing yang bagus dari Pak Samsul, dan terima kasih semua untuk para speaker, Mr. Timothy, Mr. Roy, dan Mr. Samsul yang sudah menyampaikan presentasinya secara sangat clear dan clean, juga diskusinya sangat hidup dan juga terjawab hampir semua pertanyaan. Mungkin tidak semuanya puas karena memang waktu terbatas. Again, thank you very much for Timothy Law, Roy van Dat Selar, kemudian for Pak Samsul Arifin yang sudah allocate waktu dan juga contribute pada acara ini dan sharing informasi yang sangat berguna. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waktu saya kembalikan kepada host.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Haris yang sudah memfasilitasi sesi konferensi kedua. Yang pertama tadi kita mendengarkan Darani Seguin dari DSM, kemudian berikutnya ada sesi sustainability dengan 3 pembicara, Pak Samsul Arifin, Timothy Loh, dan Roy van der Slaer. Thank you for all the speakers that already joined us today. And before we close our first day of conference, we would like to give the opportunity to the Secretary General of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, Mr. Denny Indrajaya, that will summarize the Indonesian Aquafit Conference for Day 1. Please welcome Mr. Denny Indrajaya.
Halo, good afternoon, everybody. Selamat sore, semua para peserta, all of the participants in this conference, the first conference in Indonesia about the aquaculture feed industry. And then I try to be able to get important points of the speaker from this morning that I have listened, and then until this afternoon. I try to catch up all of the important point. And then the key point in today's discussion, I think first is Indonesia is focusing on the effort to increase aquaculture development in the next 2 to 5 years. It's according to the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Affairs, is according to DGA, Director General of Aquaculture, and also states very clearly from our chairman, Professor Dr. Rohmin Dahuri. And then the second, recall, I mean the consequences of this increasing of aquaculture production in Indonesia. Of course, the requirement of feed, aquaculture feeds, will be increasing dramatically for the next 5 years. And so the need of raw material will be increased significantly. And then from the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs, they stated from Minister and DGA stated that to fulfill the need of aquaculture feed will come from industrial feed and also from pakan mandiri. I tried to stated that pakan mandiri is mean that homemade industry from local aquaculture farmers. So in fact that in the COVID-19 situation now, the fish farming sector is really to point out, to show that ability to survive in this difficulty situation and can maintain their productivity if we compare to other sectors. I think we know that not just only fishery sector, but all of the agricultural sector, we can get the positive growth in this situation in the 6 months, semester 1 of the 2020. So Indonesian government continues to research and to develop local raw material to be able to substitute the mine imported of raw material. And then GPMT, as the Indonesian Feed Mill Association, also committed to do hand in hand with the government and other researcher academicians to find out of the new raw material or local material that could be substitute the mine imported raw materials. But from the chairman of GPMT said that GPMT hope the various research from the researcher and academician, not just only in the research scale, but the GPMT hope to be able to scale up the research to be in this industrial scale. So like maggots, the insect protein. Now I think the maggot is already seen 10 years ago. They developed in the several countries like China, Indonesia also, and other countries. But Indonesia, they still in the scale up the scale research, not yet to be scaled up to the industrial research. This is important thing to do by the government and by the researcher. And then in making feed formulation, analysis of amino acids content of various protein sources, both animal and vegetable, is very important because it's determine the use of raw material in feed formulation, so that the efficiency of formulation is crucial in determining the quality of feed and can also reduce prices. I think this is most important thing we know, because different amino acid in the different sources of raw material is different also. So we have to know the efficiency, the content of amino acids. So if we can identify of certain amino acid requirement for each type of fish in the feed mill, in feed, so we can determine lower FCR and increasing the growth rate. So FCR more efficient and the growth rate more increasing. And then in the sustainable side, so reduce phosphorus in feed contents, especially in fish feed used in reservoir on lake, is very important thing, because if the feed, particularly for fish feed in in reservoir or lakes, we can reduce the phosphorus material, so the stability of the environmental stability in that area will be more better in the future. So many initiatives to get more amino acids in the raw material, even plant raw material or animal materials, like using of the enzyme. I think it's very important, enzyme. And then after that, a lot of research due by the IAC. Soya Beyond Meals has a lot of proof proven to be able to replace or substitute the animal protein sources as good as fish meal and so on. So for certification like BAP, IAC, and other certification, they focus on the traceability on the food safety and the sustainability of fish meal and fish oil, because they have planned to reduce the using of fish meal and fish oil to be 75% in 2025. So by next 10 years, for the next 10 years. Now they still adopted that 50% fish meal from byproducts and 50% by catch of fisheries. So all of the even IAC or BFP, they have almost the same goal to be make a feed mill and also fish industry, shrimp, and also on to be more sustainable in doing the practical of shrimp farming or fish farming in the world, particularly in Indonesia. So based on the data, I am as a Indonesian side and also as a Secretary General of Aquaculture, little bit really sad that just only few farmers, there is only 9 for tilapia farmer and the only 5 for shrimp farm have been certified until now, I think not until 2000 though. So we look at Ecuador, Vietnam, and India dramatically increasing the number of farmer product that's certified by SAC or BAP and other certification in the world. So we hope from this event, from the first event, Indonesian Aquafeed Conference, we can make it more in hand among us, among the researcher, academician, practitioner, businessman, and also from the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs to achieve that our goal for the next 5 years will be Indonesian will be achieved as sustainable fish development industry in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Thank you. Terima kasih. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for Pak Denny Indrajaya that already wrapping up our first day of conference, Indonesian Aquafeed Conference 2020. And thank you for all the participants. We noticed that we have still 123 participants that still join until this late afternoon. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for all the moderators. We hope that we could take the benefit from this conference that can help us, can support the aquaculture industry in Indonesia. Bapak dan Ibu semua, kita sudah di akhir acara. Terima kasih atas partisipasinya. Kita akan kembali besok pada jam yang sama, pada pukul 9. Besok akan ada 2 sesi seperti hari ini. Sesi pertama akan menghadirkan pembicara pertama, yaitu ada Ellen Davis dari Auburn University, kemudian Fabio Soler dari Dayana Aqua, ada Martin Guerin dari Adisio, dan Jesse Michel dari Wenger. Sesi pertama akan dimoderatori oleh Bapak Romi Nofriandi dari Balai Budidaya Perikanan Laut Batam. Kemudian sesi kedua ada sesi Indonesian spesifik. Kita akan ada 5 pembicara. Yang pertama adalah Ibu Seni Helmiati dari Universitas Gadjah Mada, kemudian Profesor Agus Suprayudi dari Institut Pertanian Bogor, Romi Nofriandi, kemudian Bapak Dr. Ilham dari Politeknik Ahli Usaha Perikanan Jakarta, dan juga direncanakan Direktur Pakan dan Obat Ikan dari Direktorat Jenderal Perikanan Budidaya, Bapak Mimit Abdul Hamid, akan bergabung sebagai pembicara penutup. Baik, sekali lagi terima kasih untuk hari ini. Sehat selalu semuanya, stay healthy, tetap jaga jarak. Kita bertemu kembali esok hari. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.